Chapter 1373. 5 sovereigns had come, including a LV3 Martial Royal Realm expert, but they had all been killed in an instant. Only the Sacred Sky Emperor was left. The Sacred Sky Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. In his opinion, even if there were experts in the Divine Wilderness continent, a LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert would be the limit. With his peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivation, he could roam the Divine Wilderness unhindered. But now, he realized that the Divine Wilderness continent was a tiger's den. It was a hell on earth. "Spare me." The Sacred Sky Emperor begged for mercy. "I've said that since you're here to steal my Chaos Origin token, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that the Divine Wilderness continent is your backyard and that I, Lu Ming, can be easily bullied by you?" Lu Ming's cold voice sounded as he appeared behind the Sacred Sky Emperor and slashed down with the Dragon Vein sword. The Sacred Sky Emperor was filled with regret and hatred. He tried his best to resist, but the result could not be changed. Puff! The Sacred Sky Emperor was killed in the air. The 5 sovereigns who had come to attack were all dead. "Lu Ming, give the order to gather all the sovereigns to guard the Dragon Emperor city. I'm afraid there will be more experts coming," Xiao Wan suggested. "No." Lu Ming waved his hand and said, "Passively defending will only be endless. Now, we need to take the initiative to attack and scare them. Spread the news to all parts of the Divine Wilderness continent. Tell the experts of the other continents not to resist. Tell them that I, Lu Ming, am at the Fallen Emperor Mountain." "You want to be at the Fallen Emperor Mountain?" Xiao Wan raised his eyebrows and said. "That's right. Fall Emperor Mountain, kill all the sovereigns," Lu Ming said. "Do you need our help?" Xiao Wan said. He could not help but admire Lu Ming's decisiveness. "No need. Senior Xia, you'll guard the Dragon Emperor city," Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming stepped out and headed toward the Fallen Emperor Mountain. The Fallen Emperor Mountain was not far from the Dragon Emperor city. It was only 10 million miles away and was a giant peak that rose into the sky. Legend had it that an sovereign had fallen here a long time ago, which was why it was called the Fallen Emperor Mountain. A short while later, Lu Ming appeared at the top of the Fallen Emperor Mountain. He sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. The Dragon Emperor city also spread the news to every corner of the Divine Wilderness continent, saying that Lu Ming was at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. As time passed, more and more experts from other continents came to the Divine Wilderness. "Lu Ming is at the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Let's go to the Fallen Emperor Mountain. I want to be the first to obtain the Primordial Chaos token." One figure after another headed for the Fallen Emperor Mountain. At the border of the northern plains, the sky rumbled. A huge cross-sea flying ship broke through the wind and waves, appearing on the coastline. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared in the cross-sea spaceship. Each of them had a majestic aura. Among the 3 figures, 2 were at the peak of the second-layer Martial Dominator realm, while the one in the middle was even more terrifying, having reached the peak of the third-layer Martial Dominator realm. This person had long green hair and looked to be in his 40s. In the distance, a beam of light flashed as a middle-aged man appeared before the 3 figures. He bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Second Master, I've found out that Lu Ming is cultivating in seclusion at the Fallen Emperor Mountain." "Oh. Got it." The green-haired middle-aged man nodded and sneered. "This Lu Ming is really audacious. He even dared to kill the young master of the sea, suppressing Martial's residence. This time, Big Brother sent me here to kill Lu Ming and avenge my 2 nephews. At the same time, I can seize the Primordial Chaos token. I'll do my best." The others on the side immediately said. "All right, let's go." The middle-aged man took the lead and left. At the Fallen Emperor Mountain, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and casually scanned his surroundings. Around the Fallen Emperor Mountain, 7 or 8 experts had appeared. They were all experts from different continents, and each of them was a second-layer Martial Dominator realm expert. This force was extremely shocking. However, these people had yet to make their move, not because they were afraid of Lu Ming, but because they were wary of one another. The primordial chaos token is mine, I was the first to arrive. Ridiculous, you're the first to arrive, so it's yours? Bullshit. Are you trying to oppose the fallen emperor continent? Voices could be heard as the powerful martial emperors unleashed their auras and stood in the air, facing one another. 2 more experts from the fallen emperor continent had arrived, one third-layer martial dominator realm and the other peak second-layer martial dominator realm. As expected of one of the top 10 continents in the godly ruins continent. As the experts faced one another, none of them dared to make their move. Lu Ming wore a faint smile, but he did not break the balance. Now was not the time to make his move. It would not be too late for him to make his move when more people arrived. As time gradually passed, more martial emperors arrived. Behind them, there were 16 martial emperors. Even the White Feather continent, which was ranked 4th in the Godly Ruins continent group, had sent a few of them. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 figures flew toward them from the distance. The one leading them was the blue-haired middle-aged man. The southern sacred palace of the Godly Ruins continent is here for the season-suppressing marshal's residence. Those who have no business here, back off. Someone beside the blue-haired middle-aged man yelled. The others were startled. What? Even the southern sacred palace is here. Doesn't the southern sacred palace have a primordial chaos token? Why are they involved? The others blurted out with stern looks. The strength of the Godly Ruins continent was too overwhelming. It had surpassed the strength of the other continents. However, it was impossible for them to give up just like that. The season-suppressing marshal's residents shouldn't try to oppress us. There are so many of us here, we're not afraid of you. That's right, if the season-suppressing marshal were here, we might be a little intimidated, but there's no way we're backing off. The others blurted out. Those who had arrived were the peak experts of the other continents. Even though the blue-haired middle-aged man's cultivation was strong, he was only a peak third-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. His presence was not enough to scare these experts. Humph, how reckless. Are you trying to oppose the season-suppressing marshal's residence and the southern sacred palace? The eyes of the blue-haired middle-aged man flickered coldly as he snapped. However, the others sneered and none of them backed off. Most of the experts from the southern continents of the Godly Ruins continent had gathered here. With so many experts gathered here, why would they be afraid of the season-suppressing marshal's residence? At most, they would hide after obtaining the primordial chaos token. What could the experts of the southern sacred palace do to them? The blue-haired middle-aged man's face darkened. Everyone present was an expert. There were more than 5 third-layer martial dominators. Although none of them were at the peak of the third-layer martial dominator realm, the blue-haired middle-aged man was still wary of them. Finally, it's about time. At this moment, Lu Ming said calmly on the fallen Emperor Mountain. The emperors immediately looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the people of the season-suppressing marshal's residence? Hand over the primordial chaos token and come with me to the season-suppressing marshal's residence to receive your punishment. The blue-haired middle-aged man yelled. Hi Tian and hi you, those 2 pieces of trash. If you want to take revenge, then do it. Chapter 1374. You're courting death. The blue-haired middle-aged man shouted with a gloomy face. Everyone, as you can see, Lu Ming has a feud with the Sea Conqueror's mansion. My elder brother's 2 sons died in Lu Ming's hands. The Sea Conqueror's mansion is bent on getting Lu Ming. The blue-haired middle-aged man scanned the crowd. He was worried about the experts from other continents. As for Lu Ming, he did not care about him at all. I have no objection if you want Lu Ming. Just leave the Chaos Origin token behind. That's right. Take him away and leave the Chaos Origin token behind. The other sovereigns said. Humph. The blue-haired middle-aged man snorted. He wanted to kill Lu Ming, but his main target was the Chaos Origin token. Are you done talking nonsense? Lu Ming stood up and a cold killing intent rose from his body. He said, "Do you know why this place is called the Fallen Emperor Mountain?" The crowd looked at Lu Ming again. "That's because some sovereigns have fallen here. That's why I chose this place to be your burial ground." Lu Ming's cold voice spread in all directions. "What? Arrogant. You want to kill us? What a joke. Don't attack. Let me kill him first." Hearing Lu Ming's words, the other sovereigns were enraged. "Kill." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly roared and attacked. He shot up into the sky and rushed toward the sovereigns who were at LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Roar, 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 dragon roars were heard as the 9 dragon forces burst out. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared and a force flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, the chaotic domain covered his body. Clang! He slashed out with the dragon vein sword. At this moment, Lu Ming had used all his strength. No one expected that Lu Ming would dare to make a move when he was besieged by more than 20 emperors. Moreover, these sovereigns were all at LV2 Martial Royal Realm and above. How terrifying was this force? Therefore, when Lu Ming made his move, they were subconsciously taken aback. Puff! 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 With a sweep of the dragon vein sword, the 3 emperors of LV2 Martial Royal Realm were cut in half. The sword chi burst out and crushed their spiritual deities. In an instant, 3 people were killed. When Lu Ming attacked, the space between his eyebrows glowed. His second body stepped out and waved his hand. 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out rapidly, and the cries of phoenixes shook the sky. 5 cries of agony were heard as 5 second-layer martial dominators were penetrated by the phoenix feather flying swords, shattering their spiritual spirits. Lu Ming suddenly launched an attack. His main body and second body attacked at the same time, instantly killing 8 powerhouses. Only then did the others react. "Damn it, how dare you launch a surprise attack? How can he be so strong? Go, crush him." Angry roars rang out one after another. Some people felt their bodies go cold. If Lu Ming had attacked them just now, what would have happened? In an instant, numerous attacks were launched toward the main body and the second body. Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body moved slightly. Like a flickering light and passing shadow, he disappeared from the spot. Puff! Then, a second-layer martial dominator was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The air-frozen bead, combined with the wind origin skill, is really fast. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen bead, and a green energy appeared in his body. Then, he used the wind origin skill. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Even the emperors could not catch up with his speed. As for the second body, he took a step forward, and the void was filled with formations. He used the formations to move his body and dodge the attacks. At the same time, he controlled the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and killed another second-layer martial dominator. Then, he waved his hand, and the million formation illustration appeared. Countless large formations appeared and attacked the emperors. The million formation illustration was most suitable for group battles. Countless large formations, all kinds of offensive, defensive, and trapping enemies, caused the many rulers to be in a flurry. With the second body's current strength, even a third-layer martial dominator would be afraid of the million formation illustration. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming's main body used the wind origin skill, and his body flashed rapidly. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the emperors were killed. Second Master, help! A second-layer martial dominator from the Sea Conqueror's mansion shouted. However, the green-haired middle-aged man was focused on by the second body. Countless large formations poured down on him, and 3 of the 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed at him. He could barely protect himself, and he did not have the strength to save others. Puff! The emperors of the Sea Conqueror's mansion were easily killed by Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current combat ability, with the coordination of his main body and secondary body, killing a second-level martial emperor was as easy as chopping vegetables. Furthermore, most of these people didn't have emperor spirit weapons. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 martial dominators left. 5 LV3 martial emperor realm experts. The other second-layer martial dominators were all killed. Fall back, fall back. This man is a monster, an Azura, a demon. A few third-layer martial dominators yelled. They were scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was unbelievably strong. There were more than 20 of them. If they joined forces, even a 4th-layer martial dominator would have to retreat. However, almost all of them were killed by Lu Ming. This did not mean that Lu Ming's strength was stronger than a 4th-layer martial dominator. It was that the combination of Lu Ming's main body and his second body was too perfect, especially in a group battle. The second body activated the Million Formations illustration to trap, disturb, and attack the enemies with a wide range of attacks. No matter how many enemies there were, they could be trapped. Besides, the second body had a powerful attack. Coupled with the coordinated attacks of the main body, the other party's advantage in numbers had yet to be unleashed. Lu Ming's thunderous attacks had already scattered them into pieces. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming performed the bloodline merge and turned into the spirit-suppressing steel, suppressing a 3rd-layer martial dominator. Bang! The 3rd-layer martial dominator spat out mouthfuls of blood as half of his body exploded. Following this, the dragon vein sword slashed forward and killed the man. Following this, the spirit-suppressing steel came crashing down once again. The others wanted to escape, but what awaited them was a boundless grand formation. If they wanted to break through the grand formation, they would have to spend some time. But that time was fatal. Bang! The spirit-suppressing steel was like a death steel, covered in a chaotic domain. Ordinary 3rd-layer martial dominators could not resist it at all. They would be severely injured if not killed. Damn it, I'm going to run away, run away. Seeing the other experts being killed by Lu Ming one after another, the blue-haired middle-aged man panicked and tried to escape. However, the second body was staring at him. There was no way he could escape. Whoosh! A formation appeared on the second body's body. A sword intent was fired from the tip of his finger, which almost penetrated the blue-haired middle-aged man's forehead, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Ah ah ah. Cries of agony could be heard, before they fell silent. The other 3rd-layer martial dominators were all killed by Lu Ming. Chapter 1375. The green-haired middle-aged man's heart turned cold from head to toe. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that such a situation would occur when he was only here to kill a young junior. Now, it's your turn. Go down and accompany your 2 nephews. The suppressing hell steel flew towards the green-haired middle-aged man as Lu Ming's cold voice resounded. Lu Ming, I am the second brother of the sea-suppressing general. If you dare to kill me, the entire divine wilderness continent will be buried with me. The green-haired middle-aged man roared and threatened. I have already killed Hai Tian and Hai Yu. You won't make a difference. Lu Ming sneered. You. Let me tell you, I am not only a member of the sea-suppressing general's residence, I am also an elder of the Southern Divine Palace. If you kill me, you will be going against the Southern Divine Palace. The green-haired middle-aged man continued to roar. Seeing that the sea-suppressing general's residence was not going to work, he brought up the Southern Divine Palace. Southern Divine Palace? I will make a trip there sooner or later. Lu Ming's voice was still as cold as a knife. The green-haired middle-aged man panicked. Lu Ming was not threatened at all. He was extremely daring. He had never met such a person before. He was at a loss. Swoosh! As he panicked, a phoenix feather-flying sword flew past his neck, leaving behind a trail of blood and almost chopping off his head. The green-haired middle-aged man shuddered. Lu Ming, I beg you to spare me. As long as you let me go, I will go back and plead for you in front of my big brother. The green-haired middle-aged man started to beg for mercy. Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Let me go. I beg you. As long as you let me go, I will do anything for you and be your slave. The green-haired middle-aged man became more and more afraid. In the end, he did not care about his face and begged. He did not look like a high and mighty emperor at all. Emperors were also humans. They were just people who had great power. They also had emotions and were afraid of death. Especially emperors, they were more afraid of death than ordinary people. They had great power and could destroy the heavens and earth. They had a long lifespan and could live freely in the world. Therefore, they were even more afraid of death. Clearly, the blue-haired middle-aged man was such a person. When he was stronger than others, he was high and mighty, looking down on others as ants. However, when he was faced with the threat of death, he would often behave even worse than an ordinary person. Kill. Lu Ming was unmoved. He spoke coldly as the prison-suppressing steel pressed down. At the same time, his second body attacked as well. There was no suspense in the outcome. Although the blue-haired middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the peak third-layer martial dominator realm, how could he possibly stand a chance against the combined strength of Lu Ming's main body and his second body? Not long after, the blue-haired middle-aged man was killed by Lu Ming with unwillingness. At this point, over 20 second-layer martial dominator realm experts had been slain by Lu Ming. Plus the 5 people who were killed by Lu Ming in Dragon Emperor City, these 20-odd powerhouses were the top powerhouses of all the continents in the south of the continent of God's ruins. In this battle, the top powerhouses of these continents had suffered great losses, resulting in a period of emptiness. The power structure of these continents would change tremendously, resulting in a great battle between the factions. That being said, Lu Ming was too lazy to care about any of this. With a wave of his hand, over 20 storage rings were collected by Lu Ming. In addition to that, the corpses of the martial dominators were stored in the mountain and river pattern. These were all martial dominators. Both their blood and essence were priceless treasures. They would be of great help if given to Xiao Wan and the others. After putting the storage rings away, Lu Ming headed for the Dragon Emperor City. Outside the Dragon Emperor City, more than 10 figures were waiting anxiously. Xian Yanqing, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others. They were all the authorities of the Dragon Alliance. Although they were aware of Lu Ming's outstanding strength and his ability to create miracles, they could not help but feel worried as they were facing experts from other continents. Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up as he looked forward. A rainbow light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xian Yanqing hurriedly went forward, his face full of worry. During this period of time, Xian Yanqing had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the supreme stage. However, when he heard the news, he immediately came out of seclusion. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Alliance leader, how are the powerhouses of the other continents? Xiao Wan asked. The others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The corpses of the martial dominators, whether complete or incomplete, all appeared in the air, emitting shocking fluctuations. Even after death, the fluctuations emitted by the martial dominators were still shocking. This is... Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, and the other martial dominators were all petrified. These martial dominators had only died recently. They could clearly sense their cultivations from the corpses. They were all second-layer martial dominators and above. There were 5 third-layer martial dominators. So many experts were dead. It was obvious that they had been killed by Lu Ming. They could feel their hearts shuddering as they inhaled deeply. At the same time, Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their hearts. Keep these corpses. I'll leave it to you to decide how to use them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Wan and the others used a storage ring to store the corpses of the martial dominators. By the way, I'll keep the ones that are useful to me. As for those that aren't, I'll leave them to you and store them in the vault. You'll be rewarded according to your contributions in the future. Lu Ming said. Xiao Wan and the others nodded. Following this, they excused themselves and left. Only Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing were left in the sky. Lu Ming, what are you going to do next? Xian Yinxing asked all of a sudden. Shao Qing, I can't hide it from you. Lu Ming let out a smile as he held Xian Yinxing's hand and gazed deep into the Dragon Emperor city. Even though the southern continents of the Godly Ruins continent suffered great losses, it won't end here. There are still experts from the 4 great celestial palaces of the Divine Ruins, as well as experts from the western, northern, and eastern continents of the Divine Ruins. These experts will also rush over. If I continue to stay in the Divine Wilderness, it will be a disaster for the Divine Wilderness. Lu Ming said in a solemn tone. Currently, the strongest cultivator was only a peak 3rd layer martial dominator. If a 4th layer martial dominator were to show up, how was Lu Ming going to deal with them? A 4th layer martial dominator was significantly stronger than a 3rd layer martial dominator. Even though it was not too difficult for Lu Ming to kill an ordinary peak 3rd layer martial dominator with the help of his 2 bodies, he was still no match against a 4th layer martial dominator. If a 4th layer martial dominator were to show up at the Godly Desolation continent, the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Emperor city, or even the entire Godly Desolation continent would be in trouble. That was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Lu Ming, are you planning to leave the Godly Desolation continent? To the Godly Ruins continent? Chapter 1376. That's right. As long as I go to the Godly Ruins continent and show myself there, everyone will gather there. Lu Ming said. After all, those people's target was Lu Ming and the Chaos Origin token, not the Godly Ruins continent. As long as Lu Ming showed himself in the Godly Ruins continent, those who wanted the Chaos Origin token would not come to the Godly Ruins continent. This way, the Dragon Alliance and Lu Ming's friends and family would be safe. That was Lu Ming's plan. This plan could be said to be very bold and dangerous. Lu Ming, I'll go with you. Xian Yinxing held Lu Ming's hand tightly as he stared into Lu Ming's eyes. All right. Lu Ming nodded after thinking for a while. Xian Yinxing's smile was peerless. There was no time to lose. The next day, Lu Ming gathered the higher-ups of the Dragon Alliance and announced his plan. At first, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang and the others were against it. However, since Lu Ming had made up his mind, there was nothing they could do. After the meeting, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan sat opposite each other in the backyard of the Dragon Alliance. Senior Xia, I don't know when Lu Ming will be back. I'll leave the Dragon Alliance to you for the time being. Lu Ming said. Why do you say that? Xiao Wan was stunned. There's less than a year left before the date with the Divine Dragon Valley. I'm afraid it'll take a year to get to the Godly Ruins continent. When the messenger of the Divine Dragon Valley arrives, we'll have to leave for the Yuanlu. Lu Ming explained. Xiao Wan fell silent. After a while, he said, Don't worry, Alliance leader. As long as I'm around, I'll ensure the safety of the Dragon Alliance and your family. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming smiled and said, I'll never forget what I promised you. After I've gained a foothold in the Yuanlu, I'll recommend you to join the Yuanlu sect. Thank you. Xiao Wan solemnly raised his glass to Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming went to have dinner with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The next day, Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing officially set off for the Godly Ruins continent. In northern plains, in the boundless ocean, Lu Ming looked at the distant Divine Wilderness continent with a complicated look in his eyes. Who knew how long it would take for him to return? Xian Yinxing stood quietly beside Lu Ming and did not speak. Shao Qing, let's go. After a long while, Lu Ming smiled, took Xian Yinxing's small hand, turned around, and left. This time, Lu Ming only brought along Xian Yinxing. Lu Ming left Tu Qian in the Lu family to guard the Lu family. After flying for a while, Xian Yinxing entered the mountains and rivers to cultivate, while Lu Ming began to travel at full speed. He had to reach the Godly Ruins continent as soon as possible. Lu Ming tore the space with all his strength and traveled at an astonishing speed. Traveling at full speed consumed a lot of energy. Even with Lu Ming's current True Yuan strength, he could not last for long. However, Lu Ming had a second body. When the main body's true yuan ran out, the main body would enter the mountain and river diagram to recover while the second body would continue to travel. Lu Ming's current speed was slightly faster than that of an ordinary third-level martial emperor. He traveled day and night without stopping. Within a few days, the Divine Ruins continent was already in sight. Previously, riding on Lei Shi Supreme, it took him several months. But now, traveling at full speed, his speed was dozens of times faster than Lei Shi Supreme. Godly Ruins continent, I'm back. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards the Godly Ruins continent. After arriving at the Godly Ruins continent, Lu Ming found a place to devour origin stones and recover his cultivation to the peak. See suppressing Marshal's residence, I'll start with you. Lu Ming murmured as he tore the space apart and left. It was easy to let the Godly Ruins continent know that Lu Ming had come to the Godly Ruins continent in a short period of time. Lu Ming was the first to set his eyes on the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. The sea-suppressing Marshal's residence was located at the center of a huge ancient city. It was surrounded by palaces. Bang! Lu Ming appeared above the ancient city and unleashed his aura without concealing it. A terrifying pressure encapsulated the entire ancient city. What's going on? Provocation, this is provocation. How powerful, is he a Nine Heaven Supreme? How could a Nine Heaven Supreme have such a powerful aura? The entire ancient city was immersed in an uproar. Who's there? How dare you provoke the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence, die? How bold! At the center of the ancient city, terrifying auras burst out from the endless palaces. They were all auras of martial emperors. Lu Ming scanned the place with his divine sense and discovered more than 20 auras of martial emperors. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed powerful. This was only the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence under the Southern God Palace, but there were already more than 20 martial emperors here. The Godly Desolation continent was nothing compared to it. Whoosh! 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 Following this, several figures sprang into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. There were 9 figures in total, 9 martial emperors. Among them, 2 were second-layer martial emperors, while the other 7 were first-layer martial emperors. The sea-suppressing Marshal's residence would not send out all of its experts just because of a single person. Where's Hai Pingtian? Ask him to come out and die. Lu Ming yelled. Hai Pingtian was the name of the sea-suppressing Marshal. How bold, die. How dare you provoke the Marshal, kill him. The martial emperors surrounding Lu Ming yelled. A few of them attacked Lu Ming. Boom! 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 Lu Ming threw out 3 punches in a row, followed by 3 cries of agony. 3 first-layer martial emperors were blasted into pieces by Lu Ming. The other martial emperors were shocked and glared at Lu Ming. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so daring. He actually dared to make a move in the residence of the Sea Conqueror. Moreover, he was so ruthless that he killed 3 emperors in one go. They were sovereigns. Even in the Southern God Palace, they were high and mighty figures. But now, 3 of them had died in an instant. Kill! Lu Ming cast the Wind Essence skill and charged toward the remaining 5 sovereigns in a flash. Lu Ming's fist force destroyed all the martial emperors, regardless of whether they were second-layer or first-layer martial emperors. After 5 punches, the remaining 5 martial emperors were all killed. In the ancient city, the martial artists who witnessed this gasped in astonishment. Where did this fiend come from? He is so young, but his combat strength is unbelievably strong. He can kill martial emperors as if they were dogs. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the entire ancient city shook. A few earth-shattering auras burst out from the center of the palace. Then, a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. Their cold killing intent almost froze the world. The Marshal is here! Someone exclaimed. The leader had a head of green hair, which was similar to the green-haired middle-aged man who had attacked the divine region. He was Hai Pingtian, the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Pingtian's aura was earth-shattering, as if he was the ruler of the world. 4th Layer Martial Emperor. Chapter 1377. Hai Pingtian's LV4 Martial Royal Realm aura was released and Lu Ming felt a great pressure. Behind Hai Pingtian were 2 old men with LV3 Martial Royal Realm cultivation. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a few figures rushed out from below and stood behind Hai Pingtian. There were more than 10 of them and they were all martial emperors. Those who were not martial emperors did not dare to come up. Their auras alone were enough to suffocate martial emperors. Who are you? How dare you come to the Sea Conqueror's residence? Who sent you? Hai Pingtian stared coldly at Lu Ming and did not attack immediately. In the Godly Ruins mainland, not many forces would dare to come here. The Sea Conqueror's residence belonged to the Southern Divine Palace. In the Godly Ruins mainland, only the other 3 divine palaces would dare to do so. Hence, Hai Pingtian was a little hesitant and decided to ask about it first. Me? Didn't you send your second brother to catch me? I am Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled slightly as he spoke. His clear voice spread throughout the entire ancient city and rang in everyone's ears. What? He is Lu Ming. The most powerful person among the younger generation, Lu Ming who has the chaotic essence token. He came to the Godly Ruins mainland. The ancient city was in an uproar when they heard this. You are Lu Ming? Hai Pingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold murderous intent flashed in them. That's right. He is Lu Ming. I saw him when the Yuanlu sect was selecting disciples. A voice came out from the ancient city. Apparently, someone had recognized Lu Ming. After receiving confirmation, Hai Pingtian's eyes lit up and he said, My second brother has failed. Lu Ming, I am impressed by your courage. You came to the Godly Ruins and dared to kill in the Sea Conqueror's residence. Today, you will not leave. Hai Pingtian's aura became stronger and stronger and he was about to attack. Commander, there is no need for you to deal with a kid. I will take him down and avenge the 2 martial emperors. A LV3 Martial Royal Realm Elder stepped out from behind Hai Pingtian and bowed. All right. Cripple his cultivation first, but don't kill him. Hai Pingtian instructed. Yes, Marshal, don't worry. The 3rd Layer Martial Emperor Realm Elder nodded and walked towards Lu Ming. His aura locked onto Lu Ming. This Lu Ming, the second master went to the Divine Desolate Continent to find him, but he actually hid in the Divine Ruins continent. However, he is also stupid, to actually come to the Marshal's residence to vent his anger. He probably suffered a lot at the hands of the second master. That's fine, it should be my credit. The thought crossed the 3rd Layer Martial Dominator Realm Old Man's mind as his face wore a ferocious expression. Whoosh! An iron rod appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Lu Ming. Perfect, kill them one by one. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Hai Pingtian attacked him, it would be troublesome. Now that this old man had volunteered himself, it gave Lu Ming an opportunity. Boom! Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out. Lu Ming's fist collided heavily with the metal rod. All the energy in Lu Ming's body suddenly erupted. The 3rd Layer Martial Dominator Realm Old Man's expression changed greatly. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had never thought that Lu Ming's strength would be so terrifying. Then, his body staggered backward. Die! Lu Ming executed the Wind Origin technique, and his body instantly appeared in front of the old man and threw out a punch. The old man gathered all his strength on the rod and struck at Lu Ming. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. Lu Ming's second body stepped forward and waved his hand. The phoenix feather flying swords whizzed out and attacked the old man. It was too sudden, and the old man was caught off guard. The old man was fully focused on Lu Ming. He had never thought that another Lu Ming would appear from Lu Ming's glabella. It was too late for him to dodge. Puff puff puff, the 5 phoenix feather flying swords penetrated the old man's vital points, killing him instantly. Die. After killing the old man, Lu Ming did not stop. He controlled the air-frozen bead, and a stream of green energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, he executed the wind origin technique, and his speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming attacked the other emperors. The dragon vein sword appeared and slashed at them. 2 first-layer martial dominators were killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. Everything happened too quickly. Only then did Hai Pengtian come to his senses. Most importantly, all of this was beyond his expectations. Lu Ming's aura was clearly that of a supreme being. A third-layer martial dominator was killed by a supreme being in an instant. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Ming had already killed 2 more people. You're courting death. Hai Pengtian was furious. He roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Hai Pengtian threw out this punch furiously, and its power was astonishing. Whoosh! His second body waved his hand and the million formation illustration appeared. Dozens of defensive formations appeared in an instant to stop Hai Pengtian. However, bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded. These formations collapsed under the force of Hai Pengtian's palm. The strength of a 4th-layer martial dominator was too strong. The million formation illustration was a martial dominator's spiritual weapon. The formations in it would become more powerful as the second body's cultivation increased. With the second body's current strength, these formations would be very useful against a 3rd-layer martial dominator. However, they all exploded under Hai Pengtian's palm. The second body's expression changed slightly. He did not want to make a mistake, but he did not want to make a mistake. The spirit fire between his eyebrows lit up and more formations appeared in the million formation illustration. They were all defensive and trapping types. His goal was to stop Hai Pengtian for a while. At the same time, Lu Ming's main body used the wind origin skill to kill the other emperors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed with the dragon vein sword. No matter if it was a 1st-layer martial dominator or a 2nd-layer martial dominator, they were all killed with a single slash. In the blink of an eye, several more people died under Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. These people did not even have time to escape. Damn it! Hai Pengtian roared. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, like the wings of a rock. Of course, these were not real wings, but a martial dominator's spiritual weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pair of golden wings swept past like 2 heavenly swords. The formations activated by the million formation illustration were constantly collapsing. Hai Pengtian quickly attacked the second body. The second body took a few steps forward. Inscription formations appeared in the void to cooperate with the million formation illustration. In the end, the second body even used inscription talisman scrolls. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of inscription talisman scrolls flew out and various kinds of energy poured toward Hai Pengtian. For a moment, Hai Pengtian could not break through the second body's defense. As for the main body, it continued its slaughter. Puff! The dragon vein sword slashed out and killed 2 more people. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 emperor left in the void. A 3rd-layer martial dominator. The 3rd-layer martial dominator was scared out of his wits and did not dare to resist. He hid behind Hai Pengtian and escaped death. Chapter 1378. In the ancient city, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. The sea-suppressing marshal's residence was in charge of a region, and its reputation was known for its dominance. When had it ever been so miserable? There were more than 20 emperors, and all of them were killed. Even a colossus like the southern god palace would feel the pinch. Hai Pengtian's eyes turned red. Those were his subordinates and they were killed just like that. He knew that he was finished. His position as the sea conqueror had come to an end. Brat, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Hai Pengtian roared. The pair of wings on his back emitted a sharp light. With a sweep of the light, the array set up by the second body was destroyed. Whoosh! He charged towards Lu Ming with extreme speed. Ha, Hai Pingtian, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's call it a day. Lu Ming laughed. The second body took a step forward and disappeared into the forehead of the main body. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique and sped away. Stay here. Hai Pingtian stared at Lu Ming and unleashed his cultivation to the extreme. A pair of wings flapped wildly and destroyed the array in the sky. He then turned into a ray of light and chased after Lu Ming. Ha, Hai Pingtian, I forgot to tell you something. Your second brother has also been killed by me. Lu Ming laughed. The energy of the air-frozen bead entered his body. Lu Ming's speed reached the extreme. In a few moments, he had left Hai Pingtian behind. What? Hai Pingtian felt his chest tighten and he almost spat out blood. He gritted his teeth and controlled his wings to chase after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the help of the air-frozen bead and his speed was faster than Hai Pingtian. The distance between the two of them increased as they flew further and further. In less than an hour, Hai Pingtian could no longer see Lu Ming's shadow. Lu Ming, I will definitely catch you. Hai Pingtian let out an angry roar and reluctantly stopped. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming coming to the continent of divine ruins and killing more than 20 rulers from the sea suppressing Marshall's residence spread like a whirlwind throughout the continent of divine ruins and even to other continents. For a moment, thousands of waves were stirred up. Right now, countless experts were looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was extremely daring and had taken the initiative to come to the godly ruins continent. Moreover, he was extremely high profile. As soon as he arrived at the continent of divine ruins, he even killed his way to the sea suppressing Marshall's residence and killed more than 20 rulers before retreating calmly. This shocked many people. Many people began to reevaluate Lu Ming's combat prowess. Some of the weaker emperors began to retreat, but those who were stronger than Marshall emperors did not give up. In an instant, terrifying experts gathered in the southern region of the Southern Divine Palace in an attempt to capture Lu Ming. Most of these experts were from the Eastern, Northern, and Western Divine Palaces. Whenever Lu Ming appeared somewhere, a large number of experts would rush over. Among them, Hai Pingtian was the most proactive. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lu Ming would occasionally appear and then disappear secretly. His motive was obvious. He wanted to tell the outside world that he, Lu Ming, was in the continent of divine ruins. This way, the experts would not go to the divine wilderness continent to look for him. 10 people were sitting in a meeting hall of the Southern Divine Palace. These 10 people were the clan leaders of the 10 great clans of the Southern Divine Palace. They were also the 10 people with the highest status in the Southern Divine Palace. The 10 of them had gathered to discuss Lu Ming's matter. Everyone, what should the Southern Divine Palace do about Lu Ming's matter? One of them asked. Of course we have to send powerful figures to capture Lu Ming. He still has a primordial chaos token with him. A rather handsome middle-aged man said. This person wore a milky white robe and had a scholarly aura. This person was the clan leader of the Wang clan, one of the 10 great clans. He was Wang Zhen's father, Wang Sheng. That's right, I agree with Brother Wang's suggestion. Send experts to capture Lu Ming. As long as we don't kill him, it's not impossible to destroy his cultivation. Beside Wang Sheng, a person said coldly. This person was the newly promoted clan leader of the Mu clan. The previous clan leader of the Mu clan had joined forces with young Master Lin of the Celestial God sect to hunt down Lu Ming. They chased him into the core of the divine ruins and were killed by the headless true dragon rider. Therefore, this person was newly promoted. I don't think it's appropriate. At this moment, another voice sounded. Wang Sheng's gaze turned cold as he looked at the person and said, Ji Feng, what do you mean? Why is it inappropriate? I know that your daughter, Ji Hongchen, has some friendship with Lu Ming. Do you want to help him? Ji Feng, the clan leader of the Ji clan, Ji Hongchen's father. Ridiculous. Ji Feng glanced at Wang Sheng contemptuously and said, now that Long Chen is in the hands of our South Divine Palace, the other 3 divine palaces are already jealous. If we capture Lu Ming, what will the other 3 divine palaces do? Will they join forces to attack my southern god palace? At that time, how will my southern god palace resist? His words caused the hall to fall silent. After a while, another person said, "That's right, I think Brother G's words make sense. We won't intervene in Lu Ming's matter for the time being." Lu Ming killed more than 20 sovereigns from the sea, suppressing Marshall's residence. Are we just going to let it go? The clan leader of the Mu clan was unwilling. Lu Ming doesn't need us to do anything. If he falls into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Someone said. That's right, we just need to protect Long Chen. Moreover, 1 origin token is enough to enter the divine ruins. Indeed, let them fight for Lu Ming. Others also spoke. Wang Sheng and the clan leader of the Mu clan had no choice but to compromise. In the southern part of the divine ruins, in a wild mountain. This place was extremely hidden and filled with demonic qi. Unless it was an expert who cultivated the demonic path, very few people would come here. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing appeared here. Little Qing, during this period, you should cultivate here. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Don't even think about leaving me alone. Xian Yinxing pouted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and said, Little Qing, don't worry, I'll be fine. After a while, I'll come and see you. Seeing that Xian Yinxing was still staring at him with wide eyes, Lu Ming continued, Moreover, I have a main body and a second body. My main body and second body will act separately. Nothing will happen. Are you going to the divine palaces to inquire about Long Chen's whereabouts? Xian Yinxing was intelligent and immediately guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming nodded and said, That's right, I plan to let the second body sneak into the divine palaces while the main body is outside to attract the attention of others. This was Lu Ming's plan. With the main body outside, he would attract the attention of those experts while the second body sneaked into the divine palaces and waited for an opportunity to rescue Long Chen. This operation was dangerous. Although he had the mountain river diagram and could bring Xian Yinxing along, Lu Ming could not guarantee that he would not be in danger. Chapter 1379. Lu Ming, Xian Yinxing's eyes turned misty as she clenched her fists tightly. She knew that with her current combat strength, she wouldn't be able to help Lu Ming even if she followed Lu Ming. Instead, she would only distract Lu Ming. At this moment, she hated that her cultivation was too low and she couldn't share the burden with Lu Ming. She gritted her teeth. She had to work hard and keep up with Lu Ming's pace. In the future, she would be able to help Lu Ming. All right, I'll cultivate here. You must be careful. Xian Yinxing said in the end. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming stroked Xian Yinxing's soft black hair and gently tapped Xian Yinxing's red lips. Then, he drifted away. Looking at the direction where Lu Ming left, Xian Yinxing swore to herself that she would never become a burden to Lu Ming again. First, I'll break through to the sovereign realm. Then, I'll break through to the sovereign realm. Xian Yinxing's eyes flashed with determination. She turned around and walked into the mountain that was filled with dense demonic qi. After Lu Ming left Xian Yinxing, he traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, he had flown a great distance. At this moment, his second body stepped out from between his eyebrows and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Then, the second body's body started to change. Inscriptions appeared on his body and his aura started to change. After a while, the second body changed into a new set of clothes and became a completely different person. After disguising himself, the second body tore through the void and headed toward South Divine Palace. As for the main body, he found a place to cultivate in peace. His plan was simple. Just like what Xian Yinxing had said, the second body would sneak into South Divine Palace to gather information while the main body would cultivate outside. He would only appear occasionally to attract the attention of others. Currently, the main body was cultivating 3 types of skills. First, of course, was the embryonic form of domain. When the embryonic form of a domain was just condensed, it was very small. It needed to be constantly nurtured before it could slowly mature. When the embryonic form of a domain reached a limit, one could begin to break through to become a ruler. During this time, Lu Ming didn't stop nurturing his domain. He had made great progress, but he was still a distance away from the limit. The second thing to cultivate was the pure spirit body. Now, the pure spiritual body had reached the peak of 70% and would soon reach 80%. The third was to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills. The 5 types of martial skills were all at the 5th level, but they were very close to the 6th level. Once he broke through to the 6th level, he would be able to cultivate the chaotic concept martial skill, the chaotic flipping sky seal. What Lu Ming was cultivating now should be called a primal chaos domain martial technique. The primal chaos flipping sky seal was very special. If it was cultivated in the state of mind, it would become a martial technique of the state of mind. Now that Lu Ming had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain, if he cultivated it now and combined it with the domain, it would become a domain martial technique with astonishing power. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The main body cultivated quietly while the second body rushed to the Southern Divine Palace. Soon, the second body arrived at the Southern Divine Palace. After a few months, Lu Ming came to the Southern Divine Palace again. The last time he came, it was to participate in the selection of the Yuan Lu Great Marshal's disciple. In the end, he was chased and escaped from the Southern Divine Palace. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl as he walked toward the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace is recruiting inscribers. Not long after entering the Southern Divine Palace, Lu Ming heard this news. Recruiting inscribers? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After asking around, he finally found out why. The Southern Divine Palace seemed to be guarding something. They were recruiting inscribers to inscribe large arrays and guard the large arrays to guard something. As for what it was exactly, there were different opinions and all kinds of guesses. Could it be that the Southern Divine Palace is guarding Longchen? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. The Chaos Origin token could allow one to enter the ruins of God safely. Everyone wanted it, and the other 3 divine palaces were also eyeing it. The Southern Divine Palace controlled Longchen, which was equivalent to controlling a Chaos Origin token. Naturally, they had to guard it strictly for fear that it would be taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to recruit inscribers and strengthen the guard. Whether it is or not, I'll go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he walked toward the recruitment site. After arriving at the recruitment site, Lu Ming found many people, all of whom were inscribers. The rewards given by the Southern Divine Palace this time were extremely generous, and it attracted many inscribers to sign up. However, many of them had depressed expressions. After asking around, Lu Ming knew why these people were depressed. It was because the inscribers recruited by the Southern Divine Palace were at least at the 8th level. An 8th level inscriber was equivalent to a spirit god realm martial artist. To become an inscriber, one's talent was very high. Therefore, there were relatively few people who cultivated the Tao of inscribing in this world. There were naturally far fewer inscribers than spirit god realm martial artists. Those depressed people had not reached the 8th level. Lu Ming walked forward and arrived at a counter. We're recruiting inscribers at the 8th level and above. Are you an 8th level inscriber? An old man in charge of recruitment looked at Lu Ming with a trace of disdain in his eyes. After Lu Ming changed his appearance was ordinary, but he was very young. How could he be an 8th level inscriber at such an age? The old man didn't really believe it. The Tao of inscribing was even more difficult to cultivate than the martial Tao. This old man was an exalt rank inscriber, and he'd spent a few hundred years to break through to the 8th level. But how old was Lu Ming? I'm an 8th level inscriber. Lu Ming smiled and didn't mind. Oh. You're an 8th level inscriber? Don't waste my time. Show me your spirit flame, said the old man. Lu Ming nodded, and the space between his brows emitted a silver glow. Powerful spirit energy suffused the area and drew the gazes of everyone. What a pure spirit energy! What a pure spirit flame! The old man in charge of recruitment gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He felt that Lu Ming's spirit flame was extremely pure. If the spirit flame of an ordinary person was an ordinary person, then Lu Ming's spirit flame was an emperor. Yes, the old man felt that his spirit flame seemed to be under great pressure. Is this enough? Lu Ming muttered and put away his spirit flame. He used some method to conceal the color of his spirit flame, making it look like a silver spirit flame. Moreover, Lu Ming tried his best to suppress it and only revealed a little. The color could be changed and the quantity could be suppressed, but the essence of his spirit flame couldn't be changed. He was an emperor, and he had inherited the mantle of a heavenly profound saint. Every step was perfect, and his spirit flame was naturally pure and condensed to the extreme. It was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. Yes, it turns out that little brother is a genius in the Tao of inscribing. I misjudged you just now, The old man smiled awkwardly and registered Lu Ming's information. After that, he gave Lu Ming a jade token. Lu Ming held the jade token and waited at the side. A few hours later, the recruitment was over. A total of 7 8th level inscribers were recruited. Follow me to the place you are guarding. As for the reward, it will be paid every month. Southern Divine Palace will not miss a single origin stone. Chapter 1380. Deep inside the Southern God Palace stood a magnificent mountain that covered a vast area. The old man led them to the outskirts of the mountain. So many inscribers, such a huge formation. Upon arriving, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and discovered that there were at least 100 inscribers around the mountain. Each of them was an 8th grade inscriber. The outskirts of the mountain were covered by a huge formation. Alright, this is where you will be guarding. There is a large formation here, and each of you will be a part of this large formation. You will need to constantly inject your mental strength to maintain the operation of the large formation. How is it? Simple, right? The old man said. The crowd nodded their heads. It was indeed simple, as they only needed to insert their spiritual energy to maintain the formation. However, I have to warn you that this is a forbidden area of the Southern God Palace. You should stay at the outskirts and don't wander around, especially deep inside the mountain. If you are discovered by the experts of the Southern God Palace, no one will be able to save you. The recruitment elder changed his tone and warned everyone. The others were startled and nodded their heads. However, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had a strong feeling that Long Chen was most likely imprisoned here. They were only in charge of the outskirts of the mountain. It was impossible for outsiders to be responsible for the inner parts of the mountain. The old man gave them a few more reminders and told them the areas they were responsible for, before he left. Lu Ming sat on a boulder with his legs crossed and carefully observed the surroundings with his spiritual energy. There were many experts around the mountain, thus Lu Ming did not dare to act recklessly. However, since Lu Ming had ignited 2 spirit lamps, and his control of his spiritual energy had reached the perfection realm, even a 3rd-layer martial dominator realm cultivator would not be able to detect his spiritual energy. Unless the person was a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert. However, 4th-layer martial dominators were considered peak experts even in the Godly Ruins continent, thus there were not many of them. As his spiritual energy spread further, the outskirts of the mountain were soon covered by Lu Ming's spiritual energy. The outskirts of the mountain were protected by a huge formation with the functions of sensing, attacking, and defending. Once someone intruded into the formation, it would immediately alert the others, allowing them to attack at the same time. However, Lu Ming soon learned all the secrets of this grand formation. This formation was huge and required so many 8th-level inscriptionists to control it at the same time. Its power was shocking, but it also had many flaws. Lu Ming could casually find dozens of them. Of course, this was in Lu Ming's opinion. To other 8th-level inscriptionists, they would only feel that this grand formation was profound, grand, and unbelievably complicated. In the depths of the mountain, Lu Ming didn't use his psychic power to cover the area. He was afraid that there would be experts guarding the depths of the mountain. Soon, night fell. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. A figure that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared where he had been standing. This figure had been created by Lu Ming's array formation, and his figure was heading towards the depths of the mountain. To Lu Ming, the outer array was like a flat road. It did not pose any obstruction. After passing through the array, Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the mountain. At this point, Lu Ming stopped. He raised his eyes and looked into the depths of the mountain. In his eyes, there seemed to be array formations rotating. What a wonderful array formation! Soon, everything in the depths of the mountain appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a cave. Clearly, there was another world in the mountain. And on the road leading to this cave, there was a grand formation inscribed. This kind of grand formation was extremely mysterious. It's actually the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was a little tricky. The Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation was a pure sensing grand formation. It had no offensive or defensive power. It only had sensing ability. As long as others walked into the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation, the Grand Formation would send out an alarm. Of course, Lu Ming could easily break an ordinary sensing Grand Formation. However, the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation in front of him was difficult for even Lu Ming to break. Lu Ming could see that there were a total of 10 Grand Formations in front of him. They were interlocked, and each of these 10 Grand Formations was locked onto a kind of aura. 10 Grand Formations meant that there were 10 kinds of auras, which were also the auras of 10 people. If one wanted to break this kind of Grand Formation, they would not be able to sense it if they walked in. The only way was to use the auras of these 10 people to refine a token to break the formation. Only then could they quietly walk in. Otherwise, no matter how strong the formation was, if one walked in, the formation would sense it and send out an alarm. Obviously, if Long Chen was imprisoned in this mountain, as long as the alarm was sent out, the others in the mountain would move Long Chen away. Even if they forced their way in, they would not be able to save Long Chen. If one wanted to quietly enter the mountain, they had to break the Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation. But how to break it? The key was that Lu Ming did not know whose auras this was. How could he get the auras of these 10 people? Lu Ming took a closer look before he retreated and returned to his original position. Southern Divine Palace really values the Chaos Yuan token. With such a tight defense, it will not be easy to save Long Chen. Lu Ming thought in his heart. If I want to break this Chi Meridian Chain Grand Formation and refine a token, I must have the auras of those 10 people. But which 10 people are they? I heard that Southern Divine Palace is dominated by the 10 great families. Could it be that the auras of those 10 people are the patriarchs of the 10 great families? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. This was the most likely possibility. But there was no guarantee. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to secretly investigate. For the next 7 days, Lu Ming thought about this plan, but to no avail. On the night of the 8th day, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. He saw a figure flickering in the mountain. It was extremely fast and there was no movement at all. Not even a shadow could be seen. Those 8th level inscriptionists did not notice it. If not for Lu Ming's strong cultivation, it would have been difficult to discover it. This figure seemed to be very familiar with the outer array. It shuttled through the array and headed towards the inner part of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he moved and followed the figure into the mountain. After passing through the array, the figure stopped. This figure was wrapped in a black robe. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her figure was clearly a woman. Long Chen, I know that Southern Divine Palace has gone too far by treating you like this. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. The figure sighed softly. Her voice was very soft, but Lu Ming still heard it. This is Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This voice was clearly Ji Hongchen's voice. Lu Ming could not remember it wrongly. Ji Hongchen did not stay for long. He turned and left. Lu Ming followed behind Ji Hongchen. Should I ask Ji Hongchen for help? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Although Lu Ming and Ji Hongchen were not very close, Lu Ming still approved of Ji Hongchen's character. And from the looks of it, Ji Hongchen seemed to want to help Long Chen, but there was nothing he could do. Lu Ming pondered and followed Ji Hongchen out of the mountain. They went to other areas of Southern Divine Palace. Chapter 1381. Ji Hongchen scanned her surroundings and released her spiritual awareness. She seemed to have discovered that someone was following her. What a strong spiritual awareness. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Lu Ming laughed in his heart. Ji Hongchen didn't discover him. Perhaps it was her innate spiritual awareness that made her stop scolding him because she felt that someone was following her. However, Ji Hongchen didn't discover anyone when she scanned with her spiritual awareness. That's strange. Did I sense wrongly? Ji Hongchen muttered. She thought that she was hallucinating. Just as she was about to move forward, her pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. That was because a young man had appeared in front of her without her noticing. He was looking at her with a faint smile. She was horrified and instinctively retreated. Who are you? Were you following me just now? Ji Hongchen scolded. Since Lu Ming was in disguise, Ji Hongchen naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. Miss Ji, how have you been? Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said. At the same time, his body began to transform into Lu Ming's original appearance. After some thought, Lu Ming decided to give it his all and come out to meet Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming indeed needed help. He knew that Ji Hongchen was one of the top 10 families in the Southern Divine Palace. She was the daughter of the Ji family's patriarch. If Ji Hongchen could help him, it would be much more convenient. Lu Ming, it's you? Ji Hongchen exclaimed softly after seeing Lu Ming's true appearance. She found it hard to believe. Now, all the experts in the world were looking for Lu Ming and wanted to capture him. However, Lu Ming actually came to the Southern Divine Palace. Who would have thought? I'm honored that Miss Ji still remembers me. Lu Ming smiled. Ji Hongchen removed the black mask on her head, revealing her beautiful face. She sized up Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're really daring. You actually came to the Southern Divine Palace and even dared to appear in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll get someone to take you down? I believe that Miss Ji isn't that kind of person. Lu Ming smiled. Ripples appeared in Ji Hongchen's eyes as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, Lu Ming, there must be something you want from me, right? That's right. Lu Ming needs Miss Ji's help with something. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, Oh. Tell me, I may not be able to help you. Ji Hongchen said. Miss Ji, is Long Chen imprisoned in that mountain? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Long Chen is imprisoned inside. Lu Ming, you want to save Long Chen, right? I advise you to give up. You won't be able to save him. The defense is too tight. Ji Hongchen sighed. Although the meridian chain formation is profound, it's not impossible to break. Lu Ming said. You know about the Qi meridian chain array? Ji Hongchen was shocked. Then, he said, since you know about the Qi meridian chain array, you should know how difficult it is to enter it. The auras of the 10 people in the Qi meridian chain array are the patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace, right? Lu Ming continued to ask. That's right. Ji Hongchen did not hide anything and nodded. Therefore, Lu Ming has something that I need Miss Ji's help with. Lu Ming said. Don't tell me you want me to help you obtain the auras of the patriarchs of the 10 great clans? Ji Hongchen's beautiful eyes widened. That's right. With Miss Ji's identity, it shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Ming nodded and said. Aura. Once a person came into contact with something, they would leave their aura behind. For example, clothes that were worn, bowls and chopsticks that were used, or even human hair would leave their aura behind. As long as he could obtain these, it would be enough. The patriarchs of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace were all 4th-layer martial dominator realm experts. Ordinary people would not be able to obtain their auras, but Ji Hongchen was different. Her father was a patriarch of a clan. With her identity, it was possible for her to obtain the auras of the 10 great clans. Lu Ming, although I think it's unfair for the Southern God Palace to treat Long Chen and you this way, it's not easy to save Long Chen. Even if you have the auras of the 10 great clans, can you refine a formation-breaking badge? The method of refining a formation-breaking badge is top secret. Even I won't be able to obtain it. Ji Hongchen said. Don't worry, Miss Ji. As long as I have the auras of the 10 great clans, I'll be able to refine a formation-breaking badge. Lu Ming said confidently. Really? Ji Hongchen found it hard to believe. Could it be that apart from having a great martial skill talent, Lu Ming was also a powerful inscription master? From what she knew, even if he knew how to refine a formation-breaking badge, he would not be able to do it without the cultivation of a 9th-grade inscription master. Of course it's true. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden spiritual fire danced between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Ji Hongchen's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Her mouth was slightly agape, and she was in disbelief. Lu Ming is really a 9th-grade inscription master. Does this mean that Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when the Yuan Lu Great Sect was selecting their disciples? He was able to suppress everyone with his martial skill alone, and his path of inscription had reached the level of an emperor. What a monster! Ji Hongchen cried in her heart. Miss Ji, Lu Ming retracted his spiritual fire and called out to her a few times. Ji Hongchen finally recovered from her shock. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming. Her stare made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. What a monster! Ji Hongchen muttered in the end, which made Lu Ming roll his eyes. All right, I promise you. I'll help you get the auras of the 10 great clans. Ji Hongchen nodded after thinking for a while. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He said, Miss Ji, Lu Ming has another question. Logically speaking, Long Chen and I have been chosen by the Dragon God Valley and are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Why would the Southern Divine Palace and the other 3 Divine Palaces be so bold to attack us? You don't seem to have any scruples at all. Lu Ming asked the biggest question in his heart. This question had been bothering Lu Ming for a long time. He and Long Chen were disciples of the Dragon God Valley. The people of the Godly Ruins continent dared to do this to them. Weren't they afraid that the experts of the Dragon God Valley would come and kill them? It would make sense if they attacked secretly, but they were doing it openly now. Lu Ming, you don't know yet, right? A few months ago, the Heavenly Divine Sect sent news that the Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu continent was destroyed. Ji Hongchen revealed a shocking piece of news. Destroyed? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Dragon God Valley of the Yuanlu continent was destroyed. In that case, everything made sense. If the Dragon God Valley was destroyed, the experts of the Godly Ruins continent wouldn't have any scruples. Lu Ming was also speechless. It wasn't easy for him to join a great sect in the Yuanlu continent, but it was destroyed before he could even join the sect. It seemed like the Yuanlu continent was more dangerous than the Godly Ruins continent. A great sect was destroyed just like that. Chapter 1382. Thank you, Miss Ji. After a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down and thanked Ji Hongchen. Today, she had solved many of Lu Ming's doubts. You're welcome. I'll leave first. I'll come find you when I find the auras of the 10 great clans patriarchs. Ji Hongchen said. Before she left, Ji Hongchen blinked and looked at Lu Ming. Do you really trust me? Aren't you afraid that I'll find an expert to take you down? If that's the case, the 2 origin tokens will be in our hands. Lu Ming smiled and said, Didn't I just say it? I trust you, Miss Ji. Ji Hongchen cracked a smile and flew away. After Ji Hongchen left, Lu Ming changed his appearance again and returned to the outskirts of the mountain where he was supposed to guard. Unexpectedly, Ji Hongchen came to find Lu Ming the next night. Lu Ming, this is the teacup that my father drank from. I believe it'll be useful to you. Ji Hongchen handed a jade teacup to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it happily and said, "Thank you, Miss Ji." Ji Hongchen smiled faintly, but didn't say anything else as he drifted away. Then, the detailed diagram of the Qi meridian chain formation appeared in Lu Ming's mind. During this period of time, he had already analyzed all the mysteries of the Qi meridian chain formation and imprinted them in his mind. Then, he took out a jade talisman and extracted the aura of the Ji clan from the teacup. He absorbed it into the jade talisman and started to inscribe inscriptions on it. 3 days later, the first formation-breaking token was successfully refined. As long as one held this token and entered the formation corresponding to the Ji clan patriarch, the formation would not send out an alarm. Unfortunately, the Qi meridian chain formation required 10 tokens. It would be useless if one was missing. A few days later, Ji Hongchen sent over the aura of the second patriarch. "Lu Ming, some of the patriarchs are on good terms with my father, so it's easy for me to get them. However, some of the patriarchs are against my father, so it'll be troublesome. I'll need some time." This was what Ji Hongchen told Lu Ming before he left. Lu Ming could understand. After all, it was the aura of a fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert. It was not easy to acquire the aura of the 10 great clans of the Southern God Palace. Lu Ming could only refine the aura in his hand into a token. Other than guarding the formation, Lu Ming cultivated by himself and strengthened his spirit fire, so he didn't waste any time. Time passed day by day. In the outside world, apart from cultivating, Lu Ming's true body would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. More and more experts joined the hunt for Lu Ming. In addition to the experts from the other 3 divine palaces, the experts from the other continents also came to the divine ruins. However, Lu Ming was proficient in illusionary aura techniques and could change his aura. Moreover, his battle prowess was formidable. Every time he appeared, he would easily escape after stirring up the situation. Just like that, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. The 2-year agreement with the Yuanlu Great Sect was getting closer and closer. In the past 4 months, Lu Ming had refined 7 formation-breaking badges. Currently, Ji Hongchen's speed of acquiring aura was getting slower and slower. The time required was getting longer and longer. The remaining people were all enemies of the Ji clan, thus it was extremely difficult to acquire their auras. Night fell. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a piece of green rock and closed his eyes to cultivate. Between heaven and earth, there were wisps of invisible power of inscription descending from the law of inscription and being absorbed by Lu Ming. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the mental flame gradually grew stronger. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced ahead. "Here they are again," Lu Ming mumbled. 2 black figures were traveling silently in the formation. Apart from Lu Ming, no one else noticed them. The 2 figures were not Ji Hongchen, but someone else. 2 months ago, these 2 figures had secretly come to observe the energy meridian chain formation in the mountain. Behind them, Lu Ming was secretly observing them and finally discovered them. The 2 people who were secretly observing them were actually experts from the Wang clan, one of the top 10 clans of the Southern Divine Palace. Lu Ming guessed that the Wang clan also wanted to refine the formation-breaking badges. Their goal was simple: to take Long Chen away and keep the Chaos Essence token for themselves. After a while, the 2 figures left. After the 2 figures left, another figure came. It was Ji Hongchen. This time, Ji Hongchen brought the 8th aura. "Lu Ming, there are 2 more." Ji Hongchen's face was slightly haggard. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort to acquire the auras of the top 10 clans. Lu Ming was quite touched. After Ji Hongchen left, Lu Ming continued to refine the formation-breaking badges. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Ji Hongchen brought the 9th aura. It had been 5 months since Lu Ming entered the Southern Divine Palace. After receiving the auras, Lu Ming began to refine the formation-breaking badges. However, something unexpected took place that night. More than 10 figures were traveling in the darkness, heading deep into the mountain. "Is that?" Lu Ming was astounded. The dozen or so black shadows were all powerhouses. They were all rulers. One of them even possessed an immeasurable cultivation, a fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert. Fourth-layer martial dominator realm cultivators are rare in the entire Southern Divine Palace. Could it be that the patriarch of the Wang clan is here in person? With so many experts from the Wang clan here, could it be that they have already refined 10 formation-breaking badges? Lu Ming made a guess secretly. Inscriptions appeared on his body and he restrained his aura to the extreme. With a sway of his figure, he silently followed behind the dozen figures. As they arrived before the Chain Chi formation, the strongest expert waved his hand and took out 10 jade badges. As expected, he had refined 10 formation-breaking badges, which was faster than Lu Ming. The 10 formation-breaking medallions emitted a layer of light that enveloped the 10 or so black figures. The 10 or so black figures charged into the chain meridian formation without causing any ripples. Not long after, more than a dozen black shadows rushed into the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. Now that the plan had changed beyond his expectations, he could only take one step at a time. Not long after, the figures reappeared in the cave, but this time, there was an extra person among them. Long Chen. At one glance, Lu Ming saw that one of the dozen people was Long Chen. Long Chen's face was slightly pale as he was being carried by one of the figures. It was obvious that Long Chen had suffered a lot during this period, but he was still determined. The figures carried Long Chen and swiftly passed through the formation, arriving at the outermost formation. As they were about to pass through the formation and escape. Bang! 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 Several powerful auras suddenly exploded in the air. There were more than 100 of them. Following this, more than 100 figures descended and surrounded the figures. Wang Sheng, you're trying to monopolize the chaotic badges. Do you think we don't know that you found someone to refine the formation-breaking badges? A white-haired old man snapped coldly. Ha ha ha. The one with the strongest aura among the figures burst out laughing as he unleashed his true force, shattering the black robe around him, revealing his true appearance. It was the patriarch of the Wang clan, Wang Sheng. Chapter 1383. It seemed that the other families of the South God Palace had known that Wang Sheng wanted to keep the Chaos Token for himself. They had deliberately let Wang Sheng and the others in so that they could catch them outside. Wang Sheng laughed as he looked around and said, "Keep it for yourself." Long Chen was captured by the Wang family. It was the experts of the Wang family who searched Long Chen's soul and found out about the use of the Chaos Token. It was you who joined forces to force me to hand over Long Chen so that we could take control of the Chaos Token together. Now, I'm just taking back what I deserve. Ridiculous, Wang Sheng. If we didn't take control of it together, do you think the Wang family alone could keep the Chaos Token? It would have been taken away by the other 3 divine palaces. One of the patriarchs shouted coldly. Ha ha ha, I'd rather have the Chaos Token fall into the hands of the other 3 divine palaces than share it with you. You cowards, so what if you have the Chaos Token? You can only seal it and don't dare to use it. What's the use of the Chaos Token to get treasures in the divine ruins? Wang Sheng sneered. Nonsense, it's not the right time yet. Wang Sheng, hand over Long Chen. Otherwise, the Wang family will be removed from the top 10 families today. A white-haired old man shouted coldly. His aura was extremely shocking and it pressed toward Wang Sheng. He was a peak 4th-layer martial royal realm expert. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the experts of the other families also burst out with powerful auras. Their auras merged and rushed toward Wang Sheng and the others like a storm. The dozen people of the Wang family were like a lonely boat in the waves, about to sink at any time. The commotion had naturally alarmed everyone. The inscriptionists guarding the periphery retreated far away and looked at all this in shock. Lu Ming was mixed in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the sky in the north. Over there, Lu Ming could sense a terrifying pressure. This pressure was coming at him at high speed. Rip. In the next moment, the space cracked and hundreds of figures stepped out of the crack. Each of them stood proudly in the sky and was a terrifying expert. Emperors, all of them were emperors. All of a sudden, over 100 rulers came. As soon as these sovereigns appeared, their auras burst out and pressed down on the people of Southern Divine Palace. Between heaven and earth, the auras clashed, and there was a sound like muffled thunder. North Divine Palace. Wang Sheng, you colluded with North Divine Palace. Suddenly, several angry roars erupted from the Southern Divine Palace. The experts who arrived later were all from Divine North Palace. Huh, what do you mean by collusion? This is cooperation. Wang Sheng laughed. He took Long Chen and was about to rush out of the encirclement and join the people of Divine Palace North. Don't even think about it. Leave Long Chen behind. The Wang clan must be destroyed. The experts of South God Palace were enraged. They attacked together and launched terrifying attacks at Wang Sheng. Kill. The strong cultivators of the North Divine Palace didn't waste any time and attacked the strong cultivators of the South Divine Palace. South Divine Palace could only send out strong cultivators to block North Divine Palace. At the scene, hundreds of experts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, a strand of energy struck the mountain below. The mountain directly exploded and turned into ashes. Oh no, run, run! The inscriptionists and the nearby martial artists who were below the martial emperor realm fled frantically. The scene of hundreds of martial emperors fighting together was too terrifying. Throughout the Southern Divine Palace, dazzling lights lit up. Those were the inscriptions, forming inscription matrices. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, people from all over South Divine Palace rushed to the battlefield. They were all martial emperors. After all, this was the territory of South Divine Palace. There were many experts who rushed over to join them. Slowly, South Divine Palace gained the upper hand. Although North Divine Palace was the strongest among the 4 Divine Palaces, they couldn't send out all their forces. Facing South Divine Palace's crazy counterattack, they began to lose. In the sky, there was a rain of blood and wind. Corpses kept falling from the sky. They were all martial emperors' corpses. Boom! Boom! Terrifying fluctuations spread out. It was a fight between level 4 martial emperors. It was extremely shocking. Wang Sheng, hand over Long Chen. A clan leader stared at Wang Sheng and fought with him. Ji Feng, you want to stop me? Get lost. Wang Sheng exploded, and his body was covered in holy light. A sword of holy light forced Ji Feng back. He took Long Chen and continued to attack, wanting to meet up with the people of Divine Palace North. However, Ji Feng and his people blocked Wang Sheng's path. The other clan leaders of South Divine Palace led their men and fought with the experts of North Divine Palace. You guys take Long Chen and rush out of South Divine Palace. I will stop them. Wang Sheng ordered his men. At the same time, holy light spread out from his body. It was extremely dazzling and turned into countless holy light swords. In an instant, more than a dozen experts, including Ji Feng, were enveloped. He wanted to use his strength alone to delay the opponent and let his men take Long Chen out of the encirclement. Among the 10 clan leaders of South Divine Palace, Wang Sheng's combat strength was ranked in the top 3. Ji Feng roared and used all his strength. However, he couldn't break through Wang Sheng's blockade. Wang Sheng's men took Long Chen and were about to rush out. No one noticed that Long Chen's eyes were getting redder and redder. He looked ferocious. Roar! At that moment, Long Chen let out an angry roar. It didn't sound like a human's roar. It sounded more like an ancient giant beast that was awakening. An ancient dragon-esque elephant as big as a mountain appeared above Long Chen's head. It emitted a shocking aura. Long Chen broke free from the person who had grabbed him and turned into an ancient dragon-esque elephant. How did his cultivation recover? One of the emperors of the Wang family exclaimed. Long Chen's cultivation had originally been sealed. But now, how did it recover? They were stunned. The ancient dragon-esque elephant roared and an elephant leg that was like a pillar stepped on the body of a LV1 martial royal realm expert. The ruler was caught off guard and let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was crushed, and his body and soul were destroyed. ALV-1 Martial Royal Realm Expert was killed in one move. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed like Long Chen was mutating. Lu Ming saw clearly that Long Chen's cultivation should be at the 9th level of the Spirit God realm. Although he had improved a lot since the selection, given Long Chen's combat ability, it was impossible for him to kill a martial artist at the 1st level of the Martial Emperor realm with one move. The reason might be that the ancient dragonesque elephant's bloodline of Dragon City was in an abnormal state. Its strength had improved greatly. After killing a LV-1 Martial Royal Realm Expert, the ancient dragonesque elephant knocked the other 2 emperors back and fled into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. ALV-3 Martial Royal Realm Expert of the Wang family threw a punch at the ancient dragonesque elephant. Bang! The ancient dragonesque elephant was knocked back and its body exploded. Humph, how dare you resist? I'll cripple your cultivation. As long as you're alive, you can still use the Chaos Token. Chapter 1384. The 3rd layer martial dominator of the Wang clan summoned a giant palm and threw it at Long Chen, trying to grab him. Keep Long Chen here. At that instant, a 3rd layer martial royal realm expert from another clan of the Southern God Palace arrived and grabbed at Long Chen too. The 2 giant palms grabbed Long Chen at the same time. Bang! The terrifying force landed on Long Chen's body. Although Long Chen's ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline had improved his strength, it was still too far away from the 3rd layer martial royal realm. The ancient dragonesque elephant let out a roar before it collapsed, revealing Long Chen's true form. At that moment, Long Chen was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with a strong unwillingness. He was a heaven's favorite of his generation, yet he ended up being manipulated by others. How could he accept this? In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he tried to figure out a way to save Long Chen. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and decided not to make his move. There were too many experts here. There were more than 10 4th layer martial royal realm experts. If he were to make his move, even if he could take Long Chen by surprise, he would not be able to escape from the pursuit of more than 10 4th layer martial royal realm experts. Not only would he fail to save Long Chen, he would also lose his life. Take Long Chen away. The other experts lunged at Long Chen. Most of them were from the Northern God Palace. Once they took Long Chen away, they would be able to escape. Don't even think about it. The experts of the Southern God Palace would not give up so easily. They too lunged at Long Chen. Long Chen was at the center of the storm, as if he would be torn apart by the storm at any time. Buzz! At that instant, a strange ripple was emitted from the sky. The ripple was not too strong, but as soon as it appeared, it covered the entire Southern God Palace. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The people of the Southern God Palace and the Northern God Palace who were engaged in a fierce battle, including the 4th layer martial royal realm experts, were frozen in the air. Not only that, Lu Ming and the rest of the people of the Southern God Palace were frozen in place, unable to move. It was as if time had stopped at that instant. Lu Ming was incomparably shocked. He felt as if the space around him had solidified and wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to move. Even the spiritual flame in his sea of consciousness seemed to have solidified. The others were similar to Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a good talent on this small desolate island. Loud laughter came from the sky. A tall and sturdy old man, as strong as an elephant, leisurely walked through the air and arrived before Long Chen. Xiao Chen's beady eyes sized up Long Chen. You've actually awakened the archaic dragonesque elephant bloodline. You're suitable to be the successor of my divine elephant sect. What a waste of talent on this uncivilized island. The burly old man reached out and grabbed. A surge of energy entered Long Chen's body. In an instant, all of Long Chen's injuries healed. As for Long Chen, he had also regained his freedom. Long Chen was shocked as he looked at all the experts who were frozen in the air and could not move. His eyes were filled with shock. All of this was obviously the work of the burly old man. He did not see how the old man did it, but he had frozen so many experts in the air. Even the entire southern divine palace was frozen in place. This kind of technique was simply unheard of. It was unbelievable. Kid, I'm the supreme elder of the divine elephant sect in Yuan continent. How about it? Take me as your master. Your bloodline can only be fully utilized in my divine elephant sect. The burly old man said. Yuan continent's divine elephant sect? Long Chen was shocked. Without hesitation, he knelt down and said, Disciple Long Chen greets master. This was obviously an invincible figure. If he did not take him as his master now, when would he? As for the divine Dragon Valley, Long Chen had heard that it had been destroyed. Huh, good. Get up. The burly old man was overjoyed. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His long beard fluttered. After a while, he said, Disciple, let's go. Follow me back to Yuan continent. After saying that, without waiting for Long Chen's reply, he waved his hand and disappeared with Long Chen. As soon as the old man left, the pressure disappeared and everyone regained their ability to move. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as everyone regained their ability to move, Divine South Palace and Divine North Palace gathered together and looked at each other. Obviously, the burly old man was an almighty from Yuan continent. His strength was unbelievably powerful. Moreover, their target, Long Chen, had been taken away by the old man and he had even taken him as his disciple. It could be said that their efforts were in vain. Since Long Chen was gone, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Wang Sheng, get lost to Divine North Palace. Someone shouted coldly. Wang Sheng's face turned ugly. This time, the one who had suffered the greatest loss was Wang Sheng and the Wang family. Now that the Wang family and Divine South Palace had fallen out, they could only move to Divine North Palace. Originally, if Divine North Palace could capture Long Chen and enter the Divine Ruins with the Chaos Token, the Wang family would have a share of the treasures and they could make up for it. But now, they had not captured Long Chen and had to move to Divine North Palace. That would be a great loss. After all, the Wang family had been in Divine South Palace for countless years and was one of the top 10 families. If they moved to Divine North Palace, they would not be able to enter the center of power of Divine North Palace. The loss of benefits was unimaginable. Wang Sheng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ming, you must capture that Lu Ming to make up for my loss. Wang Sheng's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. After that, the people of Divine North Palace left and the battle was over. In the crowd, Lu Ming retreated silently. This time, the matter was beyond his expectations. However, Long Chen was taken in as a disciple by the people of Yuanlu sect, which could be considered a great fortune. A day later, Lu Ming's second body reunited with his main body. Soon, the news that Long Chen had been taken in as a disciple by the Supreme Almighty of Yuanlu sect and had left the Divine Ruins had spread like wildfire. After Long Chen left, the remaining people naturally targeted Lu Ming. Now, only Lu Ming had the primordial chaos token. The 4 great divine palaces and the experts of other continents had joined the search for Lu Ming. All kinds of methods were used. Even though Lu Ming had the illusion technique, he was almost found out. Another time, Lu Ming appeared to attract the attention of others and was besieged by a group of experts. After a great battle, he managed to break out of the encirclement. In an area filled with demonic qi, Lu Ming appeared and reunited with Xianyinqing. Lu Ming, in a few months' time, there will be powerful people from the major sects of Yuanlu coming to pick us up. Although the Divine Dragon Valley has been destroyed, you can come with me to the Tianyu Demon sect. I don't think the people from the continent of God will dare to do anything to you. Xianyinqing suggested. Lu Ming shook his head and said, although this is the case, I can protect myself. After all, I haven't joined the major sects of Yuanlu. I don't have any deterrence to the people of the Divine Ruins continent. After I leave, some people might attack the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do? Chapter 1385. Kill. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Kill, I can only kill. Before I leave, I will kill everyone until they are terrified. It would be best if I could kill all the martial emperors who are above rank 3 martial royal realm. Only then can the divine region be safe and I can go to Yuan continent with ease. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. In the end, it was filled with madness. Kill. Lu Ming wanted to kill all the martial emperors above LV3 martial royal realm in the godly ruins. If anyone heard this, they would think that he was crazy. There were many experts in the godly ruins. There were many LV4 martial royal realm experts. With Lu Ming's cultivation, how could he kill them? Even Enchanting was shocked by Lu Ming's words. Now, I am no match for a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Therefore, I need to cultivate in seclusion. When the time comes, I will refine my second body and set up a killing formation. I might have a chance. Lu Ming said. He decided to take the risk. With his current combat strength, even if his main body and second body worked together, they would not be a match for a LV4 martial royal realm expert. He needed to increase his strength. After cultivating for a while, his pure spiritual body had reached 90% completion. He was only a step away from reaching 100% completion. Once his pure spiritual body reached 100% completion, its power would increase. At the same time, Lu Ming's strongest killing move was the chaotic flipping sky seal. During this time, Lu Ming had cultivated the 5 wills martial skills to the 6th highest level. Now, Lu Ming had started to cultivate the chaotic flipping sky seal. Once he succeeded in cultivating the chaotic flipping sky seal, its power would be shocking. At that time, his second body would set up a killing formation in advance. He might be able to kill a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Enchanting knew that Lu Ming was a decisive person. Since he had decided, he would do it. She did not say much. She decided to strengthen her cultivation and increase her strength so that she could help Lu Ming sooner. Now, there were only 4 months left before the 2-year agreement with the Yuan Lu Great Sect. After that, Lu Ming's main body entered the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram was put away by Enchanting, who then turned around and entered the place filled with demonic qi. As for Ming Lian's second body, he had left. In the days that followed, Ming Lian's second body would occasionally appear to attract the attention of others. However, as soon as he appeared, he would disappear without a trace. He would hide his identity and go to a secret place to inscribe inscriptions and great killing formations. His main body, on the other hand, had been bitterly cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the 2nd month of his seclusion, Enchanting made a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached the Supreme Being level. Not long after Enchanting's breakthrough, Dandan and Bubble woke up one after another. Moreover, when Dandan and Bubbles woke up, their auras were extremely shocking. All of them possessed the aura of Monarch Realm experts. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Dandan and Bubble were the real top 10 battle beasts. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Although they had just broken through to the Emperor realm, their combat strength was unpredictable. When Dandan heard that a LV4 martial royal realm expert was chasing after Lu Ming, it even said that it would kill him with one slap. It was extremely arrogant. Lu Ming didn't believe it. He fought with Dandan, but he found that he was no match for it at all. Lu Ming, let's see how you can be arrogant in front of me in the future. You'd better listen to me obediently in the future. Dandan was complacent. It put its front paws behind its back and showed off its arrogance. Bam! In the next moment, it was kicked by Bubble and rolled on the ground dozens of times. You, little one, how dare you attack me? Dandan's arrogance didn't last more than 3 seconds. It got up from the ground and glared at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and looked at Dandan with a pair of black eyes. The bubbles at the tip of its nose, one big and one small, seemed to be saying to Dandan, "Come and fight me if you dare." Dandan was furious, but Bubble was a time and space spirit mouse. It could control time and space. It couldn't do anything to Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped and curled up its body, rolling up and down on Lu Ming's shoulder. Sigh, it seems that I should give all the spiritual medicines to Bubble in the future. It's so obedient. Lu Ming muttered. Dandan immediately stopped and said with a flattering smile, Lu Ming, don't do that. No, I was just joking with you. Lu Ming ignored Dandan and looked into the distance. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then this time, let's play bigger. Dandan's combat strength was above his. It was definitely not weaker than a level 4 martial emperor. It might even be stronger. Coupled with the spacetime concept of bubbles, no, it should be said that it was the wonders of the spacetime domain. Lu Ming intended to go all out. After that, he continued to cultivate. Half a month before the arrival of the great emissary of the Yuan Lu sect, Lu Ming finally mastered the chaotic sky-flipping seal. It's time to act. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Then, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left the area and came to a vast lake. Previously, Ming Lian's second body had secretly carved a killing array near the lake. It had taken him several months to complete it. This killing array was passed down from a heavenly profound saint and its power was terrifying. Given Ming Lian's second body's cultivation, it had taken him several months to complete it. This showed how powerful it was. It's time to spread the news. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Then, Ming Lian's second body stepped into the air and left. Not long after, an explosive piece of news spread across the continent of God. Someone had found the place where Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion. Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion in that place all along. When the news came out, the continent of God was in an uproar. Let's go and capture Lu Ming. This time, we can't let him escape. Seal that place. Experts from the South Divine Palace, North Divine Palace, East Divine Palace, West Divine Palace, and the Blood Yang continent, which was ranked second and third. Countless experts gathered at the lake where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the lake, suddenly opened his eyes. Are they here? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Rip. Hiss. The surrounding space continued to crack open as one figure after another stepped out from the space. At the same time, terrifying auras spread out. Experts, all of them were experts. The weakest among them were martial emperors. There were more than 500 of them. That was a shocking number. There were more than 500 martial emperors. The 4 divine palaces had all come, along with some experts from other continents. Lu Ming was surrounded by people in all directions. The space seemed to have solidified. Lu Ming did not have the slightest chance to escape. Lu Ming, where are you going? Someone in the north spoke. It was Wang Sheng. Who said I was going to run? Lu Ming stood up and stood on the lake, looking around coldly. Most of the third-level martial emperors in the continent of God were here. Not running anymore? Hee, it seems that you can't run away. Wang Sheng sneered. Haha. Lu Ming sneered and ignored Wang Sheng. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said, You're here for the primordial chaos token so that you can enter the ruins of God and obtain treasures. Chapter 1386. There are indeed countless treasures in the core of the ruins of God. Everyone's eyes lit up at Lu Ming's words. They were tempted. Among all the people here, only Lu Ming had entered the core of the ruins of God and only he had the right to speak. The reason why my cultivation has progressed so quickly is because I obtained a supreme treasure in the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming continued to speak, making everyone's hearts burn. Yes, Lu Ming was just a young man in the divine wilderness continent, but he was able to suppress all the heroes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the divine wilderness continent. Now, he was even more shocking. He could kill martial emperors like cutting melons and vegetables. This was too unbelievable. Everyone attributed all of this to the core of the ruins of God. It must be, Lu Ming must have obtained a treasure in the core of the ruins of God to achieve such results. Chaos Origin Token. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, wishing they could eat Lu Ming. However, for a moment, no one made a move. There were so many people here, and the 4 divine palaces had gathered. Everyone wanted the Chaos Origin token and they were all wary of each other. Who should I give the Chaos Origin token to? How about this, I surrender and join one of your sides to help you enter the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke. The eyes of the people of the 4 divine palaces lit up. However, immediately, everyone was on guard against each other. If Lu Ming really joined one of their sides, he would definitely be attacked by the other 3 sides. Don't fall into this kid's trap. He's instigating us to attack first. A loud shout rang out. Lu Ming looked over and found that the one who spoke was the Southern Divine Palace's sea-suppressing marshal, Hai Pengtian. Hai Pengtian looked at Lu Ming with resentment. That's right, he wants us to fight so that he can find a chance to escape. The others also spoke. These people were all old monsters who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. How could they not know what Lu Ming was thinking? I suggest that we take down Lu Ming first, cripple his cultivation, and then let the 4 celestial palaces jointly control him. In any case, there are ruins of God near the 4 celestial palaces. We can take turns using Lu Ming to explore the ruins of God. Wouldn't that work? Wang Xing suggested. I think it's fine. I agree. The others also spoke one after another, reaching an agreement. Lu Ming, your little tricks are useless in front of us. You should just obediently surrender. This is your fate. Hai Pengtian sneered. Really? Lu Ming's expression remained calm even though his plan to sow discord had failed. He glanced at Hai Pengtian and said, then make a move. Come and take me. You, Hai Pengtian almost attacked when he saw Lu Ming's confident expression, but he withheld his urge in the nick of time. This kid is full of tricks, but he's still so calm. Perhaps there's a trap here. This kid has a clone that excels in the art of inscriptions. Perhaps he has set up a deadly formation here. Hai Pengtian calmed his thoughts and analyzed. That's right, we have to be careful. Another 4th layer martial dominator realm expert said. What is it? You don't dare to attack? Such a piece of trash, as timid as a mouse. Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Hai Pengtian and the other authorities of the 4 celestial palaces wore unpleasant looks. They were afraid that Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation here. Lu Ming's strength was shocking, as he was able to kill a 3rd layer martial dominator realm cultivator. It was strange enough. They were afraid that Lu Ming had found some treasure from the core of the ruins of God and set it up in the formation, thus the first one to attack would be in danger. However, they could not attack together and kill Lu Ming. The Chaos Badge had merged with Lu Ming's body. Even if they killed Lu Ming, they would not be able to obtain the Chaos Badge. They could only defeat Lu Ming or cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. As such, they would have to be cautious when attacking. Still not attacking? Who cares if you're an overlord? You're all trash. Lu Ming was extremely scornful, showing no sign of being worried. This made the crowd even more certain that Lu Ming had set up a formation. We'll know if there's a formation here. One of the authorities said. In the godly ruins, only 4th layer martial dominators were qualified to be considered as overlords. That's right, let's send someone to test it out. Another overlord-level character spoke. But who should they send? The eyes of the crowd flickered. No one was willing to test it out. If Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation here, it would be dangerous for anyone to test it out. This made the 4 divine palaces unwilling to send anyone to test it out. These people from the smaller continents have followed us here. They should at least do something, someone said slowly. The faces of the experts from the other continents changed drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, the overlords of the 4 divine palaces appeared beside the experts from the other continents. Their cold eyes sent chills down the spines of the experts from the other continents. What are you doing? Someone from the other continents shouted. What are we doing? If you want to fish in troubled waters, you should at least do something. Go and take down that kid. An overlord said coldly. You're too overbearing. Someone was unwilling to give up. Nonsense, go. If you don't, I'll destroy all of you, including your continents. The overlord scolded in an overbearing manner. In the end, apart from the second-ranked Blood Sun continent, the experts from the other continents had no choice but to step forward. There were dozens of them. They were all second-layer martial dominators and third-layer martial dominators. These people were forced to slowly approach Lu Ming. Lu Ming, surrender. A third-layer martial dominator scolded. Nonsense, if you want to do it, just do it. Stop wasting time. Lu Ming retorted. Let's do it together. Alright, let's do it together. In the end, dozens of second-layer and third-layer martial dominators rushed toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The dragon roar came out of his body and the third bloodline appeared. The dragon vein sword appeared in his hand. He stepped forward and slashed out. Bang! Bang! The sword radiance destroyed all the attacks and killed the 3 LV2 martial royal realm experts. With a sweep of his leg, a third-level martial emperor expert trembled and was sent flying by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the combat sword in his hand. It was as if he was in a no-man's land, killing unhindered. When the dragon vein sword slashed out, the LV2 martial royal realm cultivators could not withstand it at all. They were all killed in one strike. Only the LV3 martial royal realm cultivators could withstand a few strikes. Roar! Suddenly, the 9 dragons bloodline appeared as Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The chaotic domain covered the area and the 9 dragons clawed at a third-layer martial dominator, tearing him apart. The others took deep breaths and backed away in fear. In just a few breaths' time, more than 10 of them had been killed by Lu Ming. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. This kid's strength has improved again. A thought crossed Hai Pengtian's mind. Chapter 1387. He discovered that Lu Ming's combat ability had improved as compared to the past. In fact, this was indeed the case. Now, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had been cultivated to perfection. Moreover, the embryonic form of the chaos domain was getting bigger and more mature. His main body's combat power had indeed improved greatly compared to before. Currently, the strength of Lu Ming's main body had reached its peak, a peak that was difficult to improve further. The rulers of the 4 great sacred palaces wore unpleasant looks on their faces. Sending these people was not enough to test Lu Ming's strength. They would have to send a 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator to test the waters. However, none of the 4th-layer martial dominators were willing to take the risk. I'll do it. Hai Pengtian said after a while. The feud between him and Lu Ming was as deep as the sea. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Bang! Bang! Hai Pengtian stepped forward while unleashing his 4th-layer martial dominator realm aura. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, which emitted a sharp aura that tore the space apart. Hai Pengtian, very well, I'll send you to accompany your sons and second brother today. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from the 9 dragons. Son of a bitch, I'll cripple your cultivation first and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hai Pengtian said as he flapped his wings, causing his figure to disappear as he charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh whoosh, the pair of golden wings slashed at the 9 dragons like 2 sharp blades. Whoosh! Lu Ming controlled the dragon vein sword with his spiritual sense and blocked one of the slashes. Meanwhile, the 9 dragons stepped forward and lashed out at the other slash. Clang! Bang! Following a few explosions, the 9 dragons' bodies shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Die! Hai Pengtian uttered a cold roar as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Several slashes were fired at Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to defend himself, but he was still at a disadvantage. The 9 dragons' bodies were covered in cracks. A 4th-layer martial king was much stronger than a 3rd-layer martial king. Lu Ming was no match for him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the 9 dragons. Inscribed the second body. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand, and 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the void and shot towards Hai Pingtian. At the same time, the myriad formation illustration flew out, and an endless array enveloped Hai Pingtian. Clang! Clang! Hai Pingtian's golden wings flapped, knocking away the 5 phoenix feather flying swords and wiping out a large expanse of array formations. The 9 dragons roared, and together with Ming Lian's second body, they charged towards Hai Pingtian. The two of them began a great battle. For a moment, although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, the combination of his main body and second body was flawless, and he was able to barely resist. This Lu Ming is truly a genius. Even though they were enemies, an overlord couldn't help but sigh. That's right. I don't know what secret technique this fella cultivates, but his clone is actually a pure inscription master, and it's even a ruler. Unbelievable. Could it be a powerful puppet technique? The overlords began to discuss. With their knowledge, it was impossible for them to know anything about the twins' secret technique, thus they began to speculate. Since we've already offended him, we can't let him live. We must at least cripple his cultivation at any cost. Wang Xing said. His heart turned cold. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming managed to escape, he would become a nightmare for them in the future. The other overlords nodded their heads. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Hai Pingtian had exchanged over 10 blows. How Pingtian, is that all you've got? How are you going to avenge your son? Lu Ming mocked Hai Pingtian in the midst of the battle. Damn it! Hai Pingtian let out a furious roar in his heart. He had already tried his best, but he still couldn't defeat Lu Ming. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th layer martial dominator realm, and his strength was considered weak among the 4th layer martial dominators, it wasn't difficult for him to kill a 3rd layer martial dominator realm cultivator. However, he still couldn't defeat a young cultivator. His heart began to feel a little restless. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes flickered all of a sudden as the blood of the 9 dragons collapsed, revealing Lu Ming's true form. Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal. Lu Ming rapidly performed a hand seal with his hands. Bang! A giant seal was formed in the sky, which looked like the imperial seal used by the emperors of the mortal world. However, it was as large as a mountain and was covered in a chaotic glow. This was the Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal. The Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal descended from the sky and suppressed Hai Pingtian. Hai Pingtian's expression changed greatly due to its terrifying power. Block it! Hai Pingtian uttered a roar as a pair of golden wings on his back flapped rapidly, forming a sharp aura that fired at the Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal. Bang! Finally, the Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal collided with Hai Pingtian's attack. At that instant, Hai Pingtian's expression changed tremendously. His attacks continued to explode and disappear. The Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal was like an ancient godly mountain that suppressed everything. Bang! In the end, Hai Pingtian's attack was shattered as the Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal landed on Hai Pingtian's body. Hai Pingtian's body shuddered violently as he let out a cry of agony and fell to the ground, spitting out blood from his mouth. Hai Pingtian was no match for the Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal and was severely injured. Kill! At that instant, Ming Lian's second body took the opportunity to attack Hai Pingtian. The 10,000 formation illustration covered Hai Pingtian's figure while 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced Hai Pingtian's vital points. Hai Pingtian tried his best to defend himself, but as he had just been struck by the Chaotic Sky Flipping Seal, his aura had yet to recover. His body was in great pain as if it were being torn apart, thus he could not exert any of his strength. He tried his best to defend himself, but his body was still penetrated by 2 phoenix feather flying swords, which almost slashed his body into pieces. Break! In the end, a blinding golden light burst out as one of Hai Pingtian's wings exploded into pieces, forming a terrifying storm that tore apart the seal of Ming Lian's second body. Hai Pingtian flew toward the crowd of the southern god's palace and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. The crowd inhaled deeply. A fourth-layer martial dominator had almost been killed by Lu Ming. It was too shocking. What a pity. Lu Ming let out a sigh. His strength was still lacking after all. Even with the chaotic sky-flipping seal, he had still failed to kill Hai Pingtian. If Hai Pingtian was more cautious next time, it would be more difficult to kill him. His strength was still lacking compared to the fourth-layer martial dominator realm. The consumption of true qi is terrifying. Lu Ming exclaimed. A huge pile of origin stones appeared. Lu Ming unleashed the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the origin stones and refine them. The chaotic sky-flipping seal had consumed almost 50% of Lu Ming's true qi. In other words, with Lu Ming's true qi, he could only execute 2 chaotic sky-flipping seals before his true qi was depleted. What should we do now? One of the Dominator Realm cultivators asked. Even Hai Pingtian had failed to find out if Lu Ming had set up a deadly formation. What should they do next? Let's send a few more people to find out. Chapter 1388. That's right. I suggest that each of the 4 great celestial palaces send a fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert to join forces with each other. This way, we'll be able to probe this kid's strength. If he doesn't set up a deadly formation here, we'll be able to take him down. A white-haired elder from the North Divine Palace said. He was the palace master of the North Divine Palace. His cultivation had reached the peak of the LV4 martial royal realm. Okay, let's do that. The others nodded in agreement. Next, it was time to choose the candidates. Soon, each of the 4 divine palaces chose a LV4 martial royal realm expert. Wang Sheng had just surrendered to the North Divine Palace, so his position was the lowest. Needless to say, the North Divine Palace asked him to fight, which made his face pale. Boom! 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 In 4 different directions, the 4 overlords charged toward Lu Ming like 4 heavenly deities. Lu Ming, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, today's result has been decided. Wang Xing sneered. Step by step, his aura became stronger and stronger. His whole body was covered by milky white holy light. He was the strongest among the 4. He was originally one of the 10 family patriarchs of the South Divine Palace. Moreover, he was ranked in the top 3. His cultivation had almost reached the peak of the LV4 martial royal realm. Lu Ming's main body and second body stood together. The prototype of the chaotic realm covered his body to resist the pressure from the outside world. Boom! Under the pressure of the 4 experts, the lake water below surged. The water within 100,000 miles of the lake evaporated, revealing the dry bottom of the lake. Attack! Suddenly, Wang Xing roared and took the initiative to attack. The other 3 experts also charged toward Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. Then, Bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It chirped and waved its little paw forward. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared on Wang Sheng and the other 3 experts and enveloped them. The 4 of them were fixed in the air, unable to move. The 4 experts were sealed in the bubbles and their eyes were filled with horror. Kill! Lu Ming's main body wielded the dragon vein sword and charged towards one of them. The battle sword slashed out, and the person was cut into 2 halves. The spiritual deity was also crushed by the sword chi. A 4th-layer martial dominator was killed just like that. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what was going on. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards the second person. Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. The second overlord was killed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming charged toward the third person, Wang Sheng. Ah, what's going on? Break for me, break for me. Wang Sheng roared crazily and used all his strength to blast open the transparent bubble. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach him, he finally broke the transparent bubble. But what made him despair was that as soon as he broke this transparent bubble, another transparent bubble appeared out of nowhere and enveloped him. This transparent bubble appeared without any warning, without any fluctuations. There was no way to avoid it. No, no, don't. Wang Sheng let out a furious roar in his heart as he struggled desperately. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Whoosh! The sword slashed down and split Wang Sheng in half, destroying his body and soul. After killing Wang Sheng, Lu Ming charged toward the fourth person without hesitation. What's going on? That's the space-time domain. It's the space-time domain. It's the pet, it's the pet. He's a monster, a monster. Let's attack together and kill him. I'd rather not have the Chaos Badge. Lu Ming had killed 3 overlords in a row, causing the experts of the 4 directions godly palaces to lose their minds. Lu Ming was too dangerous. If they did not kill him today, they would be the ones to die in the future. Attack, everyone attack. Kill. Over 100 experts of the 4 directions godly palaces made their moves at that instant. Hundreds of attacks gathered together and fired at Lu Ming. The attacks were too terrifying, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. There was no doubt that if he was hit, Lu Ming would definitely be turned into ashes. There was no chance of him surviving. Chirp chirp, Bubble's body glowed as it grabbed at the void with its little claws. A space-time passage appeared and Lu Ming rushed into it without hesitation. Boom! As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the space-time passage, the attack landed on the ground. Down below, the lake that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide was instantly destroyed. Rumble. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shook violently. Countless huge cracks covered the entire ground like a spider web. At the center of the attack, a huge hole with a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared. It was unfathomable. Boom! The next moment, fiery red magma rushed out of the huge hole and rose thousands of miles into the sky. There was no doubt that the ground had been penetrated. It was as if doomsday had arrived and countless creatures had died. Tens of thousands of miles away, the space fluctuated and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming is not dead. He's over there. Kill him. Whoosh! 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 When the experts saw Lu Ming, they immediately charged at him. Beams of dazzling light streaked across the sky and charged at Lu Ming. If you want to kill, I'll kill to my heart's content today. The power of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill and his body swayed rapidly. He dodged the attacks and charged into the crowd. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried. The first to bear the brunt was a 4th-layer Martial Royal Realm expert. He was trapped in the transparent bubble and could not move at all. Puff! Lu Ming rushed over and killed the man. Puff! Puff! Then, Lu Ming rushed over and killed a few Martial Royal Realm experts. Lu Ming was bathed in Martial Royal Realm blood and looked like an invincible god of death. Help each other. Whoever is trapped by the bubble, help each other. Someone shouted. Then, when someone was trapped by the bubble, the other experts quickly came to Lu Ming's rescue. His trick is useless. Kill. Lu Ming must die today. The crowd yelled and charged at Lu Ming from all directions. It's my turn. Dandan appeared and flew out. Suddenly, a gigantic turtle shell appeared in the air. Many attacks landed on the turtle shell, but they were all blocked by the turtle shell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a few rays of light. These rays of light were like wind blades, but many times stronger than wind blades. They were formed by space and time. Puff! A 4th-layer Martial Royal Realm expert was killed by the rays of light. I'll do it. Dandan let out a roar as her body expanded rapidly. With a single slap, she slapped a 4th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert to death. After Dandan and Bubble had reached the Martial Royal Realm, they had displayed terrifying strength. They could even kill a 4th-layer Martial Royal Realm expert. This sent chills down the spines of the surrounding experts. Chapter 1389. Nestle, there are too many of them. Dandan killed another 2 third-layer Martial Royal Realm experts before returning to Lu Ming's shoulder. Chirp chirp, Bubble appeared silently on Lu Ming's other shoulder. Let's go. Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique and turned around to leave. Kill. Don't let him escape. The experts at the scene were already in a frenzy and they charged toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of rainbow-colored rays pierced through the sky and engulfed Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Bubble opened a spatial tunnel and Lu Ming dashed into it and appeared 10,000 li away, dodging the attack. Don't stop, continue to pursue him. No matter how powerful his pet is, it won't be able to use that move continuously. It will exhaust its energy. He won't be able to escape. Some of the Overlord Realm experts urged the crowd to attack Lu Ming. Today, they had to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, if Lu Ming were to escape, they would not be able to gather together every day. They would have to split up. Once they split up, it would be more dangerous for them to face Lu Ming's attacks. Therefore, they had to eliminate the source of the trouble. They chased after Lu Ming with all their might. Lu Ming flew forward rapidly. After flying for 1,000,000 li, Lu Ming suddenly came to a stop and turned around to look at the experts behind him. A cold grin appeared on his face. Seeing the experts approaching him, Ming Lian's second body appeared. The wolf flame on his forehead flickered as he yelled, "Rise!" Buzz! Buzz! Countless inscriptions appeared in the void as a huge array appeared in the sky. The formation covered an area with a circumference of 30,000 li, encapsulating everyone within it. This was Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming's ultimate killing array was not engraved at the lake. Instead, it was here. The lake was just bait. Even he was bait. He had long known that the experts of the 4 cardinal celestial palaces would not be fooled so easily. Everything that had happened before was for this moment, to lure these people here. Oh no, we've been tricked. There's a killing array here. Get out of here. Someone shouted. It's too late. God-slaying sword formation, kill. Ming Lian's second body roared. Countless rays of sword light appeared in the ultimate kill formation. Each ray of sword light emitted a terrifying aura. This was something Ming Lian's second body spent several months to lay down. Its power was terrifyingly great. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi swept across the sky, slashing down. Puff! Puff! Poof! First-layer martial emperors, second-layer martial emperors, and third-layer martial emperors had no chance against it. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Only those in the 4th layer of the martial emperor realm could resist it. In just a few minutes, there were only a few dozen 4th-layer martial emperors left in the sky. These people were practically the pinnacle experts of the continent of God. However, these experts were also bitterly holding on. Ah! Lu Ming saw Hai Pengtian's heart being pierced by thousands of swords and he died on the spot. He was already injured and was the first to die. After Hai Pengtian died, some of the weaker overlords were also killed one by one. The number of people was decreasing. Lu Ming, let us go. I'm willing to join you. I'm willing too. Spare us, some people shouted and begged for mercy. All of you should die. I'd rather believe in the dead. Lu Ming said coldly. The ultimate kill formation was activated and countless sword lights shot out. One after another, people were killed. These were the overlords of the continent of God. However, their lives were worthless and they died on this piece of land. A few minutes later, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the sky. These people were the pinnacle experts of the continent of God. Each of them was only a step away from the 5th layer martial emperor realm. They tried their best to break out of the ultimate kill formation, but the ultimate kill formation covered an area of 30,000 miles. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The last few people started cursing when they couldn't beg for mercy. Puff! Puff. However, in the end, they were all exhausted and killed in the ultimate kill formation. This time, more than 500 martial emperors had come to kill Lu Ming. However, they were all killed by Lu Ming. This had never happened before in the continent of God. After killing the last person, Lu Ming relaxed. He let out a long breath and was about to put away the ultimate kill formation storage ring. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis made Lu Ming's hair stand on end and he felt a chill in his heart. Whoosh! At that moment, a terrifying attack came from behind Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Fast. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could barely react. Almost subconsciously and instinctively, Ming Lian's second body moved and blocked Lu Ming's back. Puff! It was a beam of sword light that pierced through Ming Lian's second body's chest. The terrifying sword chi suddenly exploded, and half of Ming Lian's second body exploded. Even half of his head was blown off. Bang! Ming Lian's second body flew far away and his breath was extremely weak. The second body was in mortal danger. The main body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this delay also bought Lu Ming some time. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body. He used the wind origin skill and retreated quickly like a phantom. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the sword light that attacked him advanced and attacked Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. It was a sword light with a shocking sharpness that could kill everything. Lu Ming had never seen such a sharp sword. At that moment, Dandan and Bubbles also reacted. A tortoise shell blocked in front of Lu Ming. A cracking sound was heard. The tortoise shell blocked some of the sword light but was still pierced by the sword light. At that moment, Bubbles opened up a void passage. Lu Ming's body disappeared into the void passage and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. He finally survived the fatal blow. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and a middle-aged man appeared in the void. It's you? Seeing this person, Lu Ming's pupils contracted. This middle-aged man was the middle-aged man from the Celestial Sect. Back then, he had chased after Lu Ming with the head of the Mu family and young Master Lin. Later on, he was injured by the headless true dragon rider at the core of the ruins of God and had to retreat miserably. Lu Ming originally thought that the other party had returned to the Yuan continent. He didn't expect that not only did the other party not return to the Yuan continent, but he was also lying in ambush. When Lu Ming was at his most relaxed, the other party launched a fatal blow at Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the second body blocking the blow, Lu Ming would have been dead. However, there was something wrong with the other party's condition. His body was surrounded by a black mist. It was like a poisonous snake that wrapped around the body of the celestial sex man. It made him look extremely ferocious and his aura was unstable. It's equivalent to a rank 6 martial royal realm. Lu Ming estimated in his heart. The other party's cultivation should have been above rank 7 martial royal realm. However, because of the poisonous snake-like mist, his cultivation had dropped to rank 6 martial royal realm. Chapter 1390. Lu Ming, you're really lucky to be able to escape. However, this place is extremely far from the ruins of deity. Let's see how you're going to escape. The man from the heavenly divinity sect stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with malevolent and cold killing intent. You didn't return to the Yuan continent? Lu Ming frowned as he concentrated. The man was right. This place was too far away from the ruins of deity. Even if he used the bubble to open a space-time tunnel, he wouldn't be able to escape the man's pursuit. He would be hunted down and killed before he could reach the ruins of deity. Lu Ming was in danger. It's all because of you. The man from the heavenly divinity sect seemed to have been stabbed by Lu Ming's question. He roared and said malevolently, "It's all because of you. I'm cursed and my cultivation has dropped. If I take the teleportation formation in this state, the void will tremble and the curse will go deeper into my bones. It will be difficult to get rid of it. How can I be satisfied if I don't kill you?" The man from the heavenly divinity sect became angrier as he spoke. His killing intent became colder. Lu Ming understood that the man must have been injured by the headless true dragon rider in the core of the ruins of deity and was cursed. The headless true dragon rider wasn't a living being. It was formed by the undying battle intent of an unparalleled expert. Every move of the headless true dragon rider contained the power of the curse that would continuously corrode one's body and soul. The man from the heavenly divinity sect was cursed, and that was why he hadn't returned to the Yuan continent. It seems like you're also the one who spread the news about me having the chaos token. Lu Ming's eyes moved and he suddenly spoke. He had always felt that this matter was strange. If the people from the Southern Divine Palace had searched Long Chen's soul and found out that he had the chaos token, they must have secretly sent experts to capture him. Why would the news spread like wildfire? Now that he saw the man from the heavenly divinity sect, Lu Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. It was highly possible that the man from the heavenly divinity sect was the one who spread the news. He wanted to use others to kill Lu Ming. That's right, it's me. The heavenly divinity sect's burly man laughed heartily. He took a step forward and crossed 100 miles. He rapidly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly retreated as he tried to think of a countermeasure. The destruction of Dragon God Valley is also fake. Lu Ming continued. If the Celestial God sect wanted to borrow someone else's hand to get rid of Lu Ming, they would first have to make sure that Lu Ming's identity wasn't a deterrent. Ji Hongchen said that the Heavenly God sect had sent news that the Dragon God Valley had been destroyed. It was very likely that this Heavenly God sect man had told him that. He had sent a fake message with the goal of using other people to get rid of Lu Ming. Not bad. The man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. What a good plan. Lu Ming sighed. From the beginning to the end, it was all because of the Heavenly God sect's plan that Lu Ming had ended up like this, being hunted down by the entire continent of God. Unfortunately, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect had underestimated Lu Ming. In the end, he had no choice but to act personally. Whoosh! The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was getting faster and faster, surpassing Lu Ming and quickly closing in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only ask Bubble to open a space-time tunnel and head towards the north. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming appeared. Whoosh! However, the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was extremely fast. In a flash, he quickly chased after Lu Ming. The distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. What should I do? Lu Ming's mind raced. The other party was too strong. The difference between Lu Ming and the other party was too big. Any method would be useless in front of Lu Ming's absolute power. Moreover, his second body was severely injured and his strength had decreased greatly. Lu Ming, go ahead and escape. Let's see how you escape. Let me tell you. After killing you, I'll go to the Divine Wilderness Continent and destroy it. I'll kill everyone in the Divine Wilderness Continent. The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly, causing Lu Ming's killing intent to soar. Human lives were insignificant in the other party's eyes. Today, even if Lu Ming was lucky enough to escape, the other party would kill his way to the Divine Wilderness Continent. No one in the Divine Wilderness Continent would be spared. He was a madman. Dandan, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Lu Ming, I knew that you would try to take advantage of me again. What a sin I am to be implicated by you every time. Dandan let out a long sigh. Do you have any ideas? Lu Ming asked again. This person is cursed and his cultivation is only at the 6th layer Martial Emperor realm. If Xiao Budian cooperates with me, we might be able to severely injure him. However, we will suffer a great loss. Lu Ming, let me tell you, in the future, you will have to compensate us, Dandan mumbled and then whispered to Bubble. Chirp chirp, at this moment, Bubble suddenly flew out. A layer of blood-red light appeared on its milky white fur, burning fiercely like a flame, causing Bubble's aura to increase greatly. Spacetime Spirit Mouse, I will take you down first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. He waved the long sword in his hand and dozens of sword rays shot out, like a cage, toward Bubble. Bubble grabbed the air with its two small claws. Crack. Crack. The space trembled violently and cracked like pieces of crystal. In the end, it formed space swords and slashed toward the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed out horizontally. Clang. 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 9 space swords were slashed apart by the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. At this moment, Dandan also made his move. Just like Bubble, Dandan's body emitted a blood-red light, causing its aura to increase by a notch. Lu Ming knew that Dandan and Bubble were going all out. They had burned their essence blood to increase their strength in a short period of time, but the after effects were not small. Dandan's body became bigger than a mountain. Its 2 front claws slapped toward the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. In the process of slapping, Dandan's claws were covered with inscriptions, forming a terrifying killing array that suppressed the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. Clang! 2 extremely sharp sword rays flew out from the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect and slashed at Dandan's claws. The array on Dandan's claws trembled and collapsed. Dandan's body flew out. However, at the same time, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect and enveloped him. Good chance! Dandan shouted. It opened its mouth and a ball of chaotic fog blasted toward the burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. The chaotic fog was like a world. Mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Dandan's attack was about to land, the transparent bubble burst out with tens of thousands of sword lights, destroying the bubble in one fell swoop. The sword lights slashed at the illusory world that Dandan had spat out. Puff! The world that Dandan had spat out shook violently and finally dissipated. Nestle, kill! Chapter 1391. Dandan's strength had increased tremendously after burning his blood essence, allowing him to unleash terrifying attacks. Bubble was the same. Its entire body glowed with dazzling blood-red light as it chirped. Wherever it stood, the space around it rippled like water, as if it were the ruler of this world. It was capable of unleashing terrifying killing techniques. However, the strength of the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was terrifying. He fought against Dandan and Bubble. What a strong combat strength. Something is wrong with this combat strength. Lu Ming wore a stern expression. The strength of the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was beyond his imagination. The cultivation of the burly man from the Celestial God sect was equivalent to a 6th-level martial emperor. However, his combat strength was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. It was not the 6th-level martial emperor that Lu Ming had imagined. Instead, it was much higher. Lu Ming had killed more than one 4th-level martial emperor martial artist in the continent of Divine Ruins. Hence, he was very clear about the combat abilities of these 4th-level martial emperors. Although the 4th-layer martial royal realm cultivators in the Godly Ruins continent were strong, there was a limit to their strength. Based on their strength, he could roughly estimate that they were 6th-layer martial royal realm cultivators. However, the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect was much stronger than what Lu Ming had estimated. Could it be that the martial royal realm cultivators in the Yuanlu continent are much stronger than the martial royal realm cultivators in the Godly Ruins continent? Or is the man from the Heavenly Divinity sect a combat genius? Or maybe it's because his cultivation is higher. Lu Ming guessed. Then, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared beside his second body. Lu Ming frowned as he sensed his condition. His second body was seriously injured. Half of his body had exploded and only half of his body was left. Fortunately, the soul that Lu Ming had split out from his second body was not seriously injured. Otherwise, his second body would have perished. However, the situation was not optimistic. The second body would need a long time to recover. During this time, the second body would not be able to help Lu Ming. He waved his hand and put his second body into the mountain and river diagram. Then, he condensed his true energy into a ribbon and collected the storage rings of the martial emperors. Boom! 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 The battle between Dandan, Bubble, and the burly man from the heavenly gods sect had reached its climax. "If you're cursing me, I'll fight you to the death." Dandan made a big fuss in the air. It jumped left and right, and various kinds of attacks emerged one after another. Inscription Dao, martial Dao, everything was available. As for the spacetime spiritual mouse, it was much simpler. It used the spacetime domain to fight against the enemy. However, its power was extremely terrifying. The big man from the heavenly divine sect was extremely afraid of Bubble's spacetime domain. If he wasn't careful, he would be frozen by the spacetime domain. It had to be said that Dandan and Bubbles were indeed powerful. They had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, but the two of them were able to fight against the burly man from the celestial divinity sect by working together. One could only imagine how terrifying they would be when they were at their peak. Soon, the two sides had exchanged over 100 moves. "Ha ha ha, it's finally done." At this moment, Dandan suddenly laughed. His figure suddenly retreated, and around the burly man from the celestial god sect, dense inscriptions suddenly appeared. It was a great array. Previously, Dandan was making a big fuss and jumping left and right. It turned out that he was secretly setting up an array. Now, the array was finally completed. Buzz! The array shone, and 9 huge tortoise shells appeared in the sky. The tortoise shells shone brightly, suppressing the burly man from the celestial divinity sect in all directions. "Break for me!" The burly man from the celestial divinity sect shouted. He slashed out with his sword and slashed at one of the tortoise shells. However, the tortoise shell only trembled, and it didn't break. "Little guy, do it. Go all out!" Dandan shouted. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of chaotic light. Within the chaos, a world was formed. This time, the world that Dandan spat out was extremely realistic. The inscriptions within intertwined, forming all kinds of living beings that suppressed the burly man from the celestial divinity sect. "Chirp chirp," Bubble cried out and waved its claws. Suddenly, a transparent bubble appeared around the burly man from the celestial divinity sect, enveloping him within. This bubble was obviously different from the transparent bubbles that appeared before. On top of this transparent bubble, there was a spacetime spiritual mouse that was circling around and roaring at the sky. "Break! Break! Break!" The burly man from the celestial divinity sect seemed to have sensed danger. He roared crazily and his sword chi exploded, trying to break the tortoise shell shield. "Kacha! Kacha!" A crack appeared on one of the tortoise shells, and then it exploded. "Explode! Explode for me! Explode for me!" Dandan roared. Boom! Boom! The world that Dandan spat out suddenly exploded. At the same time, Bubble's transparent bubble also exploded. The terrifying energy annihilated that area, turning it into a pitch-black mass. The terrifying destructive storm exploded in all directions. That area was like a black hole. Dandan and Bubble's bodies were blown far away by the destructive storm. Lu Ming quickly rushed out and caught Dandan and Bubble. At this moment, Dandan and Bubble's aura was extremely weak and their bodies were dim. "Chirp chirp," Bubble cried out weakly. Its body curled up and it actually fainted. Bubble, Lu Ming felt a pain in his heart. "Lu Ming, Xiao Budian and I have suffered great losses after burning our blood essence. I'm afraid we have to sleep for a while. When we wake up, you have to prepare a lot of spiritual herbs," Dandan said and fainted. "Don't worry." Lu Ming whispered and put Dandan and Bubble into the mountain river diagram. Boom! The explosion continued and it took a while before it calmed down. A figure appeared in the sky. The burly man from the celestial divinity sect was still alive. But at this moment, he was extremely miserable. His body was tattered and wounds big and small covered his body. Blood flowed out continuously. His aura was extremely weak and there was a layer of true yuan covering his body, allowing him to stand in the air. "Ah, damn it, damn it!" The burly man from the celestial divinity sect roared. He was too miserable. He had already been struck by the headless true dragon knight's curse and his cultivation had regressed. It was difficult for him to recover even after such a long time. Just now, he had been heavily injured by Dandin and Bubbles' joint attack. His injuries had worsened, and even if he recovered in the future, his cultivation would most likely regress and he would never be able to improve it again. His anger seemed to be able to burn half the sky. Kill. Before he could react, a cold murderous intent shrouded him. Lu Ming charged over. The embryonic form of the chaos domain wrapped around the dragon vein sword and slashed toward him. Clang! The burly man from the celestial divinity sect raised his long sword and blocked in front of him. The dragon vein sword struck his long sword, causing his body to shake violently. His body flew out like a cannonball and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was no match for Lu Ming now. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the burly man. Lu Ming, I'll spare your life today. The burly man from the celestial divinity sect roared and turned to run. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming used the Wind Yuan technique and chased after the burly man from the celestial divinity sect. Chapter 1392. The two of them disappeared from this place. However, it was impossible for the man from Heavenly Divine sect to shake off Lu Ming. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between Lu Ming and the man from Heavenly Divine sect was getting closer and closer. After all, the man from Heavenly Divine sect was severely injured and he was running for his life. As his injuries worsened, his speed became slower and slower. This won't do. If this continues, this brat will catch up to me sooner or later. Now that I'm severely injured, I'm no match for him. The man from Heavenly Divine sect thought of a way to escape. Behind him, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. His body was enveloped in a green radiance as he chased after the man from Heavenly Divine sect. He must kill the man from Heavenly Divine sect. The man from Heavenly Divine sect was the reason why he was being chased by all the experts from Heavenly Divine sect. First, they spread the news that Lu Ming had the primordial chaos token and could enter the core of the ruins of God safely. Then, they spread the false news that the Dragon God Valley had been annihilated. This made the powerhouses in the mainland of the ruins of God have no scruples about Lu Ming and go all out to hunt him down. Later on, when Lu Ming plotted to kill a large number of powerful cultivators from the continent of God, the burly man from the celestial divine sect launched a sneak attack and severely injured his second body. Now, even Dandin and Bubbles had fallen into a coma. Lu Ming had suffered a great loss. Moreover, the man from Heavenly Divine sect would definitely take revenge on Lu Ming in the future if he didn't kill him. His family and friends in Divine Wilderness Continent would be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming had to kill the man from Heavenly Divine sect at all costs to prevent future troubles. The distance between the two of them was getting closer and closer. No, this can't go on. I can only give it a try. The man from Heavenly Divine sect had a ruthless look in his eyes. He suddenly changed his direction and flew towards the east. That's the direction of the ancient city of Heavenly Divine ruins. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The location he had chosen was in the central region of Heavenly Divine ruins. It wasn't far from the ancient city of Heavenly Divine ruins so that he could wait for the experts from the 4 divine palaces to appear. Is he trying to use the ancient city of Heavenly Divine ruins teleportation formation to escape back to Heavenly Divine sect? Lu Ming guessed. That was indeed the case. The burly man from the Heavenly Divinity sect no longer cared about his injuries. He wanted to use the teleportation array to escape back to the Heavenly Divinity sect. As long as he returned to the Heavenly Divinity sect, he would be safe. In the future, when he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely return to the Divine Ruins continent and kill all of Lu Ming's friends and family, completely destroying the Divine Wilderness continent. A cold light flashed across the Heavenly God sect's burly man's eyes. I won't let you have your way. Lu Ming's gaze was resolute. More energy poured into the wind-suppressing pearl. Lu Ming used the wind origin art to its peak, increasing his speed. The distance between him and the Heavenly Divinity sect's large man was shrinking. Quick, quick! The burly man from the heavenly divinity sect roared in his heart as he tried his best to escape. Soon, a huge ancient city appeared in front of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed into the ancient city of gods. What's that? What a powerful fluctuation. That's a sovereign. So powerful. Who is it? In the ancient city of the ruins of God, some experts were alarmed and looked at the sky in shock. In front of them, the 36 Big Dipper Mountains were in sight. We're here, we're almost there. The heavenly divinity sect's large man's eyes shone with hope. Strength, come to me. At this moment, Lu Ming roared. An even stronger energy poured into Lu Ming's body from the wind-suppressing pearl. Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wind-suppressing pearl contained a lot of energy. Too much energy poured into it and Lu Ming could not withstand it at all. He was injured by the energy. But because of this, Lu Ming's speed increased greatly. He suddenly sped up and closed in on the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Whoosh! The dragon vein sword slashed at the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Not good. The heavenly divinity sect's large man was shocked and quickly turned around to block with his sword. Clang! The heavenly divinity sect's large man was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suppress! The prison-suppressing monument bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming turned into the prison-suppressing monument and suppressed the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Boom! The heavenly divinity sect's large man was hit by the prison-suppressing monument. His body was like a meteorite as he slammed heavily onto the ground. A Tiangang peak exploded and his body almost split apart. Prison-suppressing monument, why do you also have the prison-suppressing monument? Is this a bloodline? No, it's a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument. The heavenly divinity sect's large man struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming's prison-suppressing monument bloodline and shouted in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and the prison-suppressing monument pressed down again. This time, the heavenly divinity sect's large man was almost killed. The heavenly divinity sect's large man was extremely weak. The long sword in his hand flew out and he no longer had the strength to resist. Spare me, the heavenly divinity sect's large man screamed in fear. Spare you? You didn't show any mercy when you wanted to kill me previously. If it wasn't for my good luck, I would have been dead already. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard from the prison-suppressing monument. The prison-suppressing monument vibrated and emitted a cold killing intent. It wanted to press down again and completely eliminate the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Wait a minute, Lu Ming. You've awakened the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. If you can obtain the main body of the prison-suppressing monument, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. The heavenly divinity sect's large man suddenly shouted. You know about the main body of the prison-suppressing monument? The prison-suppressing monument's killing intent paused and Lu Ming's voice could be heard. Seeing that Lu Ming was interested, the heavenly divinity sect's large man was overjoyed. He said, that's right. According to legend, the prison-suppressing monument was shattered by someone a long time ago. It turned into several fragments and scattered across the world. I know a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument is in the heavenly divinity sect. Heavenly divinity sect. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. That's right. As long as you promise to let me go, I'll definitely find a way to help you steal the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument when I return to the heavenly divinity sect. The heavenly divinity sect's large man shouted. However, he was plotting something in his heart. Hee, do you think that I'll believe you? The prison-suppressing monument's fragment is a treasure that the heavenly divinity sect will definitely protect. With your cultivation, you're definitely not a high-ranking person in the heavenly divinity sect. How can you obtain the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument? Do you think that I'm that easy to trick? Even if the heavenly divinity sect really has the fragment of the prison-suppressing monument, I'll take it myself in the future. So, you should just die. Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard and he was about to kill the heavenly divinity sect's large man. Buzz! At this moment, one of the 9 ancient altars in the sky suddenly emitted a bright light. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. The fact that the altar emitted light meant that the people from the Yuanlu sect were coming. Wasn't there still half a month before the 2-year agreement with the Yuanlu sect? Could it be that the people from the Yuanlu sect had come earlier? Buzz. When the first altar lit up, the second altar followed suit. Then, the third altar lit up as well. A total of 3 altars lit up and a spatial door appeared. 2 figures appeared on each of the 3 altars. The people from the Heavenly Divinity sect. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming recognized one of the people on one of the altars. It was a white-haired old man. He was the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divinity sect that he had met during the selection of disciples. Chapter 1393. Then, Lu Ming looked at the other 2 altars. Divine Dragon Valley and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On one of the altars was the middle-aged man from Divine Dragon Valley who had come to the Divine Ruins mainland previously. Behind him was a young man. On the third altar, there were 2 middle-aged experts from Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Deacon, save me. This Lu Ming wants to kill me. When he saw the white-haired old man from Heavenly God Sect, he was overjoyed and shouted crazily as if he had found his savior. As soon as the burly man from the Celestial God Sect shouted, the people from several parties looked toward Lu Ming and the rest. What? Lu Ming, how dare you? The white-haired old man from Heavenly God Sect reacted and shouted. Kill. At the same time, the suppressing prison steel shook and pressed down on the man from Heavenly God Sect. There was no time to lose. The arrival of Yuanlu sect was out of Lu Ming's expectation. However, he had to kill the man from Heavenly God Sect. Therefore, Lu Ming took action immediately. Decisive and decisive. No, you. The man from Heavenly God Sect screamed. The burly man from the Celestial God Sect screamed in despair. He did not expect Lu Ming to have the guts to attack him after seeing the white-haired elder from the Celestial God Sect. Boom! The suppressing prison steel continued to press down on the man from Heavenly God Sect. The man from Heavenly God Sect was torn apart and his body and soul were destroyed. How dare you! You are courting death. There was a cold roar in the sky. The white-haired elder of the Celestial God Sect exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was so strong that it was far stronger than the burly man from before. Lu Ming was like an ant in front of him. Bang! Under the pressure, Lu Ming could not maintain the suppressing prison steel form and it collapsed. Lu Ming's original body appeared. His face was pale and he almost vomited blood. What are you trying to do? Do you think the disciples of Divine Dragon Valley are easy to bully? Scram! Just as Lu Ming was about to collapse, a loud shout was heard. It was the burly man from Divine Dragon Valley. An aura that was not weaker than that of the white-haired elder erupted and blocked the white-haired elder's aura. Only then did Lu Ming feel the pressure on his body disappear. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His heart was very heavy. Strong, too strong. Whether it was the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divinity sect or the middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley, they were all too strong. They had far surpassed Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to be very strong in the continent of God group. However, compared to the experts in Yuan continent, he was much weaker. He felt that the white-haired old man from the Heavenly Divinity sect and the middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley could easily kill him. You want to stop me? This little bastard dared to kill a member of my Heavenly God sect in front of me. He must die. The white-haired elder looked at the burly man from the Dragon God Valley coldly. Must die? How laughable. With me here, let's see how you'll kill them. The middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley stared at the white-haired elder. Are you trying to go against the Heavenly Divinity sect? The white-haired elder's face darkened. The burly man from the Dragon God Valley sneered. Kill. Suddenly, the white-haired elder moved and charged towards Lu Ming. I knew you would sneak up on me. The middle-aged man from the Dragon God Valley followed suit and threw a punch at the white-haired elder. Boom! The two of them exchanged blows and the heavens and earth rumbled. However, both of them kept their strength and did not release it. Otherwise, the ancient city of God would be in danger. If you want to fight, let's fight. Then I'll kill you first. The burly man from the Dragon God Valley and the white-haired elder from the Heavenly Divinity sect rushed into the sky and started an intense fight. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. A terrifying palm force pressed down on Lu Ming. It was the young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. He suddenly attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming didn't hesitate and threw a punch at the sky. When the fist and the palm force collided, Lu Ming's face changed. He felt an endless force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. Swoosh! A figure landed in front of Lu Ming. It was the young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. Lad, you're not bad to be able to take a blow from me with your Supreme Being cultivation. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that blow. Try taking another blow. The young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect threw another blow at Lu Ming. The power of this blow was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. He exerted his strength to the maximum and executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fledgling chaotic domain covered his fist and he threw a punch. Boom! The fist collided with the palm force for the second time. Just like the previous time, Lu Ming felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. He couldn't help but retreat. How could he be so powerful? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found it unbelievable. He could clearly see that his opponent's cultivation wasn't too strong. Second layer martial dominator realm. Furthermore, his cultivation was at the early stage of the second layer martial dominator realm. He could easily kill the cultivators of the godly ruins continent with a single blow. However, apart from the chaotic flipping heavenly seal, he had already used his full strength, but he was still no match against his opponent. Furthermore, he could feel that his opponent was not using his full strength. It felt unfathomable. Lu Ming believed that even if he were to use the chaotic flipping heavenly seal, he still wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. His opponent's strength was too powerful. Could it be that he was a genius of the Heavenly Divinity sect? Lu Ming began to make guesses in his heart. Interesting, you're able to resist my second blow. What about my third blow? The young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect felt embarrassed after failing to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive blows. His expression turned cold. His aura grew stronger. Stop putting on an act here. Fight me if you have the ability. At that moment, a burly young man suddenly appeared behind the young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect and attacked him. The young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect turned pale. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming. He turned around and fought with the burly young man. The burly young man was the one who had come with the burly young man from the Divine Dragon Valley. The two of them fought and it was hard to tell who would win. How powerful! There was a look of shock in Lu Ming's eyes. The burly young man from the Divine Dragon Valley had a similar cultivation as the young man from the Heavenly Divinity sect. They were both early LV2 martial royal realm. However, their combat strength was extraordinary. Lu Ming felt that some of the weaker LV4 martial royal realm cultivators in the Godly Ruins continent were no match for the two of them. Yuan Lu is indeed not simple. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with anticipation. There was no doubt that Yuan Lu was filled with experts and the Godly Ruins continent couldn't be compared to them. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. Lu Ming knew that the Heavenly Divinity sect might have a fragment of the suppressing prison monument. This made Lu Ming even more excited. He had a feeling that if he could gather all the fragments of the suppressing prison monument, the bloodline of the suppressing prison monument would undergo a shocking change. Chapter 1394. Everyone in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins was alarmed. Some of them ran away while others ran towards Lu Ming. When they sensed the fluctuations of the battle, they retreated frantically. At this moment, Xian Yanqing appeared with a thought from Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing. As soon as Xian Yanqing appeared, the eyes of the two middle-aged men from the Sky Universe Demon sect lit up. Lu Ming, what's going on? Xian Yanqing looked around with a puzzled expression. She was worried when she saw that her second body was severely injured. Dandan and Bubbles were unconscious. Now that she saw that Lu Ming was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. I see. Xian Yanqing looked around and bowed to the two middle-aged men from the Sky Universe Demon sect. The two middle-aged men from the Sky Universe Demon sect looked at Xian Yanqing and nodded with a smile. They seemed satisfied. They were surprised and satisfied that Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the Supreme Being level. 2 years ago, they had met Xian Yanqing. At that time, they were well aware of Xian Yanqing's cultivation. In the continent of the Divine Ruins, Xian Yanqing was able to break through to the Supreme Being level in just 2 years. This kind of talent made them think more highly of Xian Yanqing. Then, Xian Yanqing whispered a few words to the two middle-aged men. One of the middle-aged men nodded and flew into the sky. He joined forces with the burly man from the Divine Dragon Valley to fight the white-haired old man. Sky Universe Demon Sect, you, the white-haired old man roared, but he was no match for the two experts. He was suppressed and could only retreat out of the battle. Old man, if you want to fight, I don't mind killing you today. The burly man from the Divine Dragon Valley sneered. Good, very good. Do you really think that the Divine Sky sect is easy to bully? Let's wait and see. The white-haired old man said angrily, but he didn't dare to make a move. The white-haired old man stopped his attack. The two young men also stopped and backed away. People of the Divine Ruins Continent Group, listen up. I am a deacon of the Sky Celestial sect in the Yuanlu. Ask the disciples of the Sky Celestial sect who have yet to head to the Yuanlu to hurry over. The white-haired old man's voice spread far and wide. Hee hee. The middle-aged man from Dragon God Valley sneered and walked to Lu Ming's side. He sized up Lu Ming, and his eyes lit up as he said, as expected of a prodigy who has awakened the 9 dragons' bloodline. Your talent is amazing. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and your cultivation has already reached the Supreme Being level. This is really rare in a place like the Godly Ruins continent. Thank you for your help, Senior. Lu Ming bowed. Huh, you're a disciple of my Dragon God Valley. Why are you being so courteous? My name is Long Yuanshan, a deacon of Dragon God Valley. You can just call me Deacon Long. Long Yuanshan said in a rather heroic manner. Then, he introduced the young man, who was called Long Wei. By the way, what happened? Long Yuanshan looked at the corpse of the Sky Celestial sect man with a puzzled expression. He knew how strong the Sky Celestial sect man was, and he found it unbelievable that he was killed by Lu Ming. It's like this, Lu Ming did not hide anything and told him the gist of the matter. He told him about how he was surrounded by the Sky Celestial sect man and the others 2 years ago, and what happened recently. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over the important matters, such as him entering the Primal Chaos Palace, cultivating the Primal Chaos intent, Dandan, and Bubbles. He did not mention anything. He only said that the Sky Celestial sect man was severely injured by the headless true dragon rider in the core of the Divine Ruins continent. Damn it, the Sky Celestial sect is so despicable to secretly kill the disciples of my Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanshan shouted angrily as he looked at the white-haired old man from the Sky Celestial sect in an unfriendly manner. He seemed to be thinking about whether he should attack the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man looked vigilant. In the end, Long Yuanshan also had some misgivings and did not attack. It's good to kill such trash. It's a pity that Long Chen was accepted as a disciple by the Divine Elephant sect. However, his bloodline is more suitable for the Divine Elephant sect. Long Yuanshan muttered, then looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, did you really obtain the Chaos Origin token in the War of Providence? Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming did not hide the fact that he had the Chaos Origin token. Huh, amazing. Who knows, you might have a fortuitous encounter in the future. Long Yuanshan's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not ask any more questions. In fact, there were many things that did not make sense in Lu Ming's words. Long Yuanshan could naturally tell, but he also knew that it was Lu Ming's secret. Lu Ming was so young and had such a cultivation base. It was normal for him to have some secrets. However, some people in the Continent of Divine Ruins group have the guts to attack a disciple of my Divine Dragon Valley. They should be taught a lesson. Long Wei, go and teach those who are still alive a lesson. Let them remember that my Divine Dragon Valley is not destroyed. Lu Ming is a disciple of my Divine Dragon Valley. If they want to deal with Lu Ming's family and friends in the future, then they don't need to exist anymore. Long Yuanshan said. Yes. Long Wei nodded and then stepped into the air and left. Thank you, Deacon Long. Lu Ming thanked him. Lu Ming knew that Long Yuanshan was comforting him, and Lu Ming really needed this favor. Although most of the emperors in the Continent of Divine Ruins group had been killed by Lu Ming in the previous battle. However, there were still some powerhouses left in the various factions. Although there were not many powerhouses left, Lu Ming was still worried that these people would cause trouble for the Divine Wilderness Continent after he left. However, with the powerhouses of the Divine Dragon Valley stepping forward to teach them a lesson, these factions should be obedient. Not long after, a Sky Pride arrived. It was Ji Hongchen. Ji Hongchen's father, Ji Feng, did not participate in the capture of Lu Ming because of Ji Hongchen's persuasion. Therefore, he was spared. There were not many Sky Prides left in the Celestial God sect. There were only 2 of them. Soon, the 2 of them arrived. The white-haired elder of the Celestial God sect led the 2 of them onto the ancient altar and left. Lu Ming, I have to go too. Xian Yinxing came to Lu Ming's side and said reluctantly. The Sky Universe Demon sect was only here to pick up Xian Yinxing. Now, they had to leave. Little Qin, don't worry. I've asked Senior Long Yuanshan. The Divine Dragon Valley and the Sky Universe Demon sect are in the same territory and are not too far apart. I'll visit you in the future. Lu Ming held Xian Yinxing's hand and said. Okay. Xian Yinxing nodded and suddenly kissed Lu Ming on the lips. Lu Ming, you have to work hard. Don't let me surpass your cultivation the next time we meet. After saying that, she smiled brightly and turned to leave. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xian Yinxing and the 2 powerhouses of the Sky Universe Demon sect leaving. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Little Qin, don't worry. Our separation is only temporary. When we have the strength to dominate the world, we won't have to separate anymore. Lu Ming whispered and his gaze became firm again. A few days later, the news of Lu Ming's battle with the powerhouses of the 4 celestial palaces spread wildly across the Divine Ruins continent and even to other continents. Chapter 1395. All the experts who had gone to capture Lu Ming had been killed by Lu Ming, shocking the world. The continent group of Divine Ruins was in an unprecedented uproar. After this battle, the continent group of Divine Ruins was destined to undergo a great reshuffle. Then, there was news that the Divine Dragon Valley of Yuanlu had not been annihilated and was safe and sound. The news that the Divine Dragon Valley had been annihilated was false. This news made those major forces keep quiet out of fear. They no longer had the slightest bit of disloyalty towards Lu Ming and the Divine Wilderness Continent. Even those top experts had died and they did not want to die. Moreover, the Divine Dragon Valley had not been annihilated and Lu Ming was now a disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to touch the Divine Wilderness Continent. Ancient City of Divine Ruins, under the altar. Lu Ming, do you have anything else to deal with? We'll go to the Divine Dragon Valley after you're done. Long Yuanshan said. Lu Ming looked towards the south as if he had pierced through layers of void and landed on the Divine Wilderness Continent. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head and said, No. Senior, let's go. Lu Ming had already arranged everything in the Divine Wilderness Continent before he left. Now that the matter of the continent group of Divine Ruins had been resolved, there was no need for him to worry too much. The only thing he needed to do now was to go to Yuanlu and cultivate. When his cultivation had increased in the future, it would be easy for him to come back and take a look. Alright, let's go. Long Yuanshan said. The three of them climbed up an ancient altar and stepped into the light door of the altar. Lu Ming seemed to have stepped into a void passageway. Countless lights and shadows flashed all around him. After an unknown period of time, his body shook and the lights and shadows disappeared. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on an ancient stone platform. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by desolate mountains. Is this Yuanlu? Lu Ming looked around curiously and stepped out of the stone platform. Boom! The moment he stepped out of the stone platform, a terrifying pressure acted on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to tremble and he almost knelt on the ground. He only managed to stabilize his body after exerting some force. Lu Ming felt as if his body had become several hundred times heavier. The air around him seemed to have become incomparably heavy, constantly pressing down on his body. What happened? Lu Ming was bewildered. Only by exerting force in his body could he counteract the external pressure. Lu Ming, do you feel that your body has become several hundred times heavier? There's a strong pressure acting on your body. Long Yuanshan walked out of the stone platform and said with a smile. That's right. Deacon, what's going on? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, if you want to understand what's going on, you must first have a rough outline of the geographical distribution of the entire primordial realm. Long Yuanshan said. Then, with a wave of his hand, a picture appeared in the sky. On the picture was a boundless ocean. The primordial realm is a boundless ocean. Within the ocean are countless continents, and the primordial continent is in the center of the ocean. Long Yuanshan stretched out his hand and pointed. On the picture, a continent appeared in the center of the ocean. This continent was very large. Even in the entire ocean, it occupied a very large area. This was the primordial continent. In the primordial realm, the primordial continent is the center. Countless continents of various sizes are scattered outwards. Actually, most of them can't be called continents. They can only be considered islands. Long Yuanshan waved his hand. With the primordial continent as the center, numerous black dots appeared on the rest of the ocean. They were densely packed, and it was unknown how many there were. These black dots were continents. However, compared to the primordial continent, they were like dust. Even some of the bigger continents could not be compared. The difference was too great. So many? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He stared at the sea, at the countless black spots that were densely packed together. He was filled with shock. Could these all be continents? Continents like the divine wilderness continent? Senior, where are the continents of the divine ruins? Lu Ming asked again. Here. Long Yuanshan pointed to the ocean south of the primordial continent. It was a corner that was extremely far away from the primordial continent. There were a few black dots scattered there. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The continents of the divine ruins were too far away from the primordial continent. They were too small, just like dust. They were almost negligible in the picture. Was this the continents of the divine ruins that he had been living in? However, it was so small in the primordial realm. It was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. The primordial realm is a complete world. It is also very unique. The primordial continent is the center of the primordial realm. The laws of heaven and earth are also the most perfect and flawless. Therefore, the primordial continent is stable and the origin chi is rich. It is a true cultivation holy land. With the primordial continent as the center, the laws of heaven and earth will become weaker and less perfect. The space is extremely unstable, and the origin chi of heaven and earth will become thinner and thinner. You can easily tear the space apart in the continents of the divine ruins. However, you can try it here. Long Yuanshan patiently explained to Lu Ming. So that's how it is. Lu Ming was amazed. He took a deep breath and realized that the heaven and earth here was filled with rich origin chi. It was origin chi, not spirit chi. The spirit chi of heaven and earth here was very thin. It was mostly origin chi. He casually took a breath and the surging origin chi gathered in his body. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch. However, a scene that shocked him appeared. His fist only pierced through the air, creating a terrifying whistling sound. However, the space did not move at all. There was not even a ripple. What a stable space. It's unbelievable. In the continents of the divine ruins, he could easily tear the space apart and punch through the void. However, there was not even a ripple in the space here. The closer you are to the primordial continent, the more perfect the laws of heaven and earth are. Everything in the world is also the most perfect and stable. Naturally, the gravity will be stronger and the pressure on people will also be stronger. Long Yuanshan explained. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. The rocks exploded and a pit appeared. It's so hard. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could clearly sense that the rocks here were just ordinary rocks. They were not hard metal ores. Although he did not use his full strength when he stomped, if he was in the continents of the divine ruins, a mountain range would have collapsed. However, he only created a pit here. Even ordinary rocks were so hard. Long Yuanshan was right. Everything in the world here was more stable than in the continents of the divine ruins because of the perfection of the laws of heaven and earth. The destructive power of a martial emperor realm expert here was much lower than in the continents of the divine ruins. Of course, this also meant that it would be more dangerous for martial artists to venture out. This was because the power of heaven and earth was stronger. Chapter 1396. With Lu Ming's cultivation, even flying would be much slower, let alone tearing through space. Yuanlu is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're wrong. This isn't Yuanlu. Long Yuanshan smiled. Beside him, the dragon guards smiled as well. Lu Ming's reaction was within their expectations. What? This isn't Yuanlu? Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he said in shock. Yes. Long Yuanshan waved his hand and the picture in the air disappeared. He said, this is just a small island near Yuanlu. In your eyes, this is a continent. If we're really in Yuanlu, the pressure from the outside world would be stronger than this. Everything in the world would be more stable than this. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled. This wasn't Yuanlu. It was just an island near Yuanlu. They were just near Yuanlu, but everything in the world was already so stable. If the pressure from the outside world was already so strong, how terrifying would the real Yuanlu be? However, Lu Ming immediately thought of something. The cultivation environment here was already dozens of times better than the continent of God. How good would the cultivation environment in Yuanlu be? The pressure from the outside world was just a small matter. After some time, one would get used to it. The cultivation environment was the most important as it could allow one's cultivation to break through continuously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with even more anticipation. Lu Ming, this is a transit station for outsiders to get used to it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you enter Yuanlu all of a sudden. Long Yuanshan explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded to express his understanding. Let's go. Let's move forward. There should be others here. We'll be staying here for half a month. Long Yuanshan said and moved forward. After crossing a large mountain, some lofts appeared in front of them. Lu Ming realized that there were also some young people living here. These young people's cultivation was very strong. There were 8th level spirit gods, 9th level spirit gods, and even perfected spirit gods. Lu Ming saw that the strongest one was at the supreme level. He learned from Long Yuanshan that these youths were the disciples that the Dragon God Valley had recruited from various continents. Like Lu Ming, they had stayed in their original continents due to some matters. They were only heading to the Dragon God Valley now. Therefore, there were not many of them, only about 100 of them. Lu Ming was assigned a room. The next half a month was mainly to adapt to the environment here. This was because the environment of the continent of God was too different from the Yuan continent. Hoo-hoo, in the courtyard of the pavilion, Lu Ming brandished a set of fist techniques, his figure leaping up and down. He let his body slowly adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he also let the circulation speed and frequency of the true essence in his meridians adapt to this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped and felt comfortable all over. His body had also adapted slightly. In the beginning, when Lu Ming moved, he would either use a little more strength or a little less strength. Now, it was much better. The Yuan Qi here is really rich, and the will of heaven and earth is so clear, Lu Ming sensed carefully. The will of heaven and earth here was dozens of times clearer than in the continent of God. In other words, it was many times easier for a martial artist to comprehend the will of heaven and earth here than in the continent of God. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming and more than 100 youths stepped into the teleportation array and headed to the Yuan continent. It felt as if they were in the void tunnel again. After some time, that feeling disappeared and they reappeared on a huge altar. This is a snow mountain. Lu Ming looked around and realized that this was a snow mountain. Little guys, welcome to the Yuan continent's Dragon God Valley. Long Yuanshan's deep voice sounded. He stepped out of the altar and said, "You better be prepared when you come out." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood what Long Yuanshan meant. The laws of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent were perfect, so the pressure of heaven and earth might be even greater. On the altar, because of the protection of the array, he could not feel it. Let's go. Yuan continent, I'm finally here. These youths were extremely excited and flew out of the altar one after another. However, when these youths flew out of the altar, their bodies trembled. Some of the weakest among them almost could not stabilize their bodies. What a strong pressure. Lu Ming also flew out of the altar and immediately felt a terrifying pressure acting on his body. The weight of his body was also extremely shocking. The pressure here was probably hundreds or even thousands of times greater than in the continent of God. Lu Ming was shocked. Also, it's so cold. Lu Ming felt a chill run through his body. This was a snow mountain, so the temperature was shockingly low. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not feel the cold of ordinary snow and ice. However, the temperature here made him feel a chill run through his body. The origin qi of heaven and earth, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Immediately, the origin qi of heaven and earth surged towards him. It was unimaginably rich. Lu Ming felt that if he casually breathed in, the amount of origin qi would be equivalent to the amount of a low-grade origin stone. The origin qi of heaven and earth was rich while the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely thin. Whoosh! In the distance, a burly old man in a short-sleeved shirt with bare arms flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Long Yuanshan and the rest greeted the old man. Lu Ming, I'll leave first. This is Deacon Long Yuanshan. He will arrange your accommodations. Long Yuanshan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Long Yuanshan and the others who went to the other continents like him left one after another. All right, follow me. I'll take you to your accommodations. Long Yuanshan said and flew forward. Everyone quickly followed. However, they had just arrived and the pressure of the outside world was too strong. For a while, they could not adapt to it. This was after half a month of adapting at the transit station. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult. After flying down the snow mountain, their field of vision widened. In front of them, an incomparably huge glacier canyon appeared in front of them. This glacier canyon was formed by the separation of two mountain ranges. In the sky, heavy snow swirled, and the world was covered in white. Lu Ming looked into the distance and found that in front of the huge glacier canyon, there were also snow mountains. However, they were far away and could not be seen clearly in the vast snow. Dragon Qi, so much Dragon Qi, so strong. Lu Ming felt that the 9 dragons' bloodline was a little hot. Through the 9 dragons' bloodline, he was shocked. Through the 9 dragons' bloodline, he seemed to be able to see countless dragon chi in the glacier canyon and the snow mountain further away. In the huge canyon, there was a lot of dragon chi that was still weak. However, behind the canyon, in the vast snow mountain, there was some dragon chi that was earth-shattering. In front of it, Lu Ming was like an ant. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back and quickly withdrew his senses. So strong. That aura is far beyond an emperor. Is that the aura of a saint? Lu Ming's heart was in a perilous situation. Chapter 1397. The burly old man, Long Yuanchuan, glanced at Lu Ming and said, "There are many experts in the valley. You'd better not use your bloodline to sense them. Otherwise, you'll only be asking for trouble." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Some of the others were in awe. Obviously, Lu Ming was not the only one who had sensed the aura of the snowy mountain in front of them through their bloodline. The disciples recruited by the Dragon God Valley were all geniuses who had awakened the bloodline of the true dragon. It was easy for them to sense each other. The group continued flying forward. It's so cold. After flying into the huge glacier canyon, the temperature dropped even lower. Moreover, the temperature kept dropping as they went further in. While flying, Lu Ming sized up the surroundings. The glacier canyon was huge. The glacier walls on both sides were tens of thousands of feet tall. On the glacier walls, one could see houses and palaces carved out of ice. However, most of them were cave dwellings that had been carved out of the walls of the glacier. Moreover, there were some side valleys on both sides of the canyon. It was like a main vein with some branches extending out. Some people lived in these branch valleys. After flying for more than 10 minutes, the burly old man led them into a valley. There were many caves carved out on both sides of the valley. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand caves. Many of the caves were already occupied. As if sensing the arrival of people, some people walked out of the caves. They were all very young, the same generation as Lu Ming and the others. What a strong cultivation. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he sensed the cultivation of these people. Supreme Being, these young men were all Supreme Being. However, Lu Ming immediately felt relieved. The cultivation environment here was too good. It was many times better than the continent of God. Even a pig could cultivate to the martial king realm or even the spiritual god realm here, not to mention those peerless geniuses. Alright, you can stay here for the time being. The people here are like you, newly selected disciples from the other continents. However, they came 2 years earlier than you. Also, this glacial valley is only the outer valley. You are not official disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley yet. You can only be considered as reserved disciples. You can only be considered as official disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley after passing the test. There are still 4 months until the trial. You should cultivate diligently during this period of time. With your talents, it won't be difficult for you to reach the Martial Highness realm in 4 months. Most of those who came here 2 years ago have already reached the Martial Highness realm. Let me tell you, this assessment is a great opportunity. Others can only be envious. The higher your cultivation, the greater your chances of obtaining the opportunity. Therefore, you must seize this opportunity and work hard. The burly old man explained in detail. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Right now, they weren't official disciples. They were just reserved disciples. They needed to pass the test before they could be considered official disciples. The standards of the Yuanlu great sects for recruiting disciples were really harsh. At this moment, the burly old man waved his hand and a jade token appeared in his hand. The token had a lifelike ice dragon carved on it. The burly old man waved his hand and the jade tokens flew to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming grabbed one of the tokens. There's a number on this token, which represents the number of the ice cave you're staying in. Check in according to the number. Also, this token is the identity token of your reserved disciple. Alright, you guys get used to it and cultivate well. I'll come back after a while to explain the details of the assessment to you guys. After saying this, the burly old man left the place. Everyone looked for the corresponding ice cave according to the number on the jade token. Nice to meet you, brother. Just as Lu Ming was about to look for his cave residence, a clear voice was heard. Lu Ming looked sideways and saw a lady looking at him with a smile. The lady was wearing a white dress. She had a sweet smile and fair skin. She was a rare beauty. Behind the lady was a young man in a white shirt and holding a folding fan. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not know these two people. They should be the disciples who came here 2 years ago and had just walked out of the ice cave. If he did not know them, why did they greet him? Hello. Lu Ming replied politely. The young lady blinked and looked at Lu Ming carefully. She seemed to be very curious. Lu Ming touched his nose and was a little speechless. Lu Ming was not narcissistic enough to think that a beauty would take a fancy to him as soon as he arrived. Little sister, what are you doing? Behind the lady, the man holding a folding fan was also very curious. Your bloodline is very special. The lady suddenly said. Lu Ming was stunned again. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I am Qiu Yingying and this is my elder brother, Qiu Hao. How should I address you? The lady smiled. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Brother Lu, my bloodline is quite special. I have been sensing your bloodline just now and feel that your bloodline has been suppressing mine, so I am very curious and want to befriend you. Qiu Yingying said. I see. Lu Ming guessed that what she had sensed was most likely his 9 dragons bloodline. Buzz. At that moment, the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind Qiu Yingying and disappeared in a flash, but Lu Ming still saw it clearly. Qiu Yingying's true dragon bloodline was not a 5-clawed true dragon, but a 6-clawed one. It was actually a 6-clawed true dragon. According to legend, the true dragons all had 5 claws, and the 9 dragons were a variant of the true dragons. Only then would they have 9 claws. However, Lu Ming did not expect there to be a 6-clawed true dragon in the world. Perhaps it was also a variant of the true dragon. Lu Ming guessed. Brother Lu, my bloodline is quite special. It is a variant of the true dragon and has 6 claws. It is more powerful than ordinary true dragons, so I am very curious. What is your bloodline? Can it suppress me? Qiu Yingying blinked and looked at Lu Ming carefully. She was very curious. My bloodline? Lu Ming whispered. As he spoke, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared behind him and he immediately put it away. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's eyes widened. 9 dragons? Your bloodline is the legendary 9 dragons? No wonder you can suppress me. Qiu Yingying exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. There was no need to hide the 9 dragons' bloodline. Once they fought, others would know immediately. Brother Lu, it's your first time here. Have a good rest. My brother and I came here 2 years ago. We will show you around in a few days. Qiu Yingying said with a smile. All right, then I'll thank you in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then found his ice cave and walked in. There was an ice door at the entrance of the ice cave. It was activated by a jade talisman and automatically closed. The ice cave was very big and wide. It was 100 meters in length and width and at least 10 meters in height. There were ice tables, ice chairs, and even ice beds inside. Chapter 1398. Lu Ming walked to the wall and clawed at the ice wall. Crack. Only a few claw marks appeared on the ice wall and they were not deep. It's so hard. Everything in the Yuan continent is much harder than the transit station. Compared to the Godly Ruins continent, it is incomparable. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. After that, Lu Ming began to practice martial arts to adapt to the external pressure. After practicing for a few hours, Lu Ming stopped and felt comfortable all over. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Once the true dragon fighting art was activated, the rich origin chi between heaven and earth frantically gathered toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. What rich origin chi? Lu Ming discovered that absorbing the primordial chi of heaven and earth here was comparable to swallowing low-grade primordial stones. This was too shocking. When one cultivated here, one did not even need low-grade origin stones. The surging origin chi was constantly being swallowed and refined, turning into true origin. At the same time, Lu Ming's mind entered a state of emptiness. He began to comprehend heaven and earth and nurtured the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. In this place, Lu Ming realized that not only had the essence of heaven and earth become clearer, but the great Tao of heaven and earth, which was even more profound than the essence of heaven and earth, was also clearer. This was almost impossible to sense in the godly ruins continent. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth would allow the sovereign's domain to improve faster. It was no wonder that the sovereigns in the godly ruins continent cultivated very slowly. Especially in the godly wilderness continent, most of the sovereigns were stuck at level 1 martial royal realm. Those who could reach level 2 martial royal realm were the top experts. There were very few of them. It was no wonder that the sovereigns in the godly ruins continent racked their brains to enter the Yuan continent and cultivate there. This was because the cultivation environment was too different. The difference was too great. After those sovereigns came to the Yuan continent, their cultivation would probably improve by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. It feels so good to be able to cultivate here. Lu Ming's face was full of amazement. He realized that cultivating here for half a day was equivalent to cultivating in the godly wilderness continent for a month. His embryonic form of the chaotic domain had matured again. It was getting closer to full maturity. Wow, Lu Ming, you're in Yuanlu. Huh, you've finally left that poor and remote place. A Dandan's voice sounded in Lu Ming. It was Dandan. It had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and was sucking in the air with its mouth. Large amounts of origin energy were sucked into Dandan's mouth. Dandan, you're awake. Lu Ming was delighted. Dandan had been unconscious for almost a month since the last battle. 4. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming, then said with a sad face, Lu Ming, you've suffered heavy losses this time. Although you've woken up, you're far from recovered. Take out all your spiritual herbs. Having said that, she stared at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. Alright, let's enter the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming said and entered the mountain river diagram with Dandan. In a valley, Bubble was still curled up and sleeping soundly. There was a transparent bubble at the tip of his nose that was fluctuating in size. Lu Ming's heart ached. It seemed that the little guy had suffered heavy losses in the last battle. Lu Ming waved his hand and the valley was immediately filled with spiritual herbs. All kinds of spiritual herbs of various grades were piled up in the valley. In that battle, hundreds of sovereigns were killed. The spiritual herbs in those storage rings were terrifying. Lu Ming took them all out for Dandan and Bubble to eat to their heart's content. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're very generous this time. Dandan's eyes lit up and immediately rushed into the pile of spiritual herbs. He grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Chirp chirp, seeming to have sensed the aura of the spirit herbs, Bubbles woke up. It glanced at Lu Ming in a daze and then at the pile of spirit herbs in a daze. Afterward, its gem-like eyes emitted bright rays of light and it pounced into the pile of spirit herbs, gulping them down in big mouthfuls. However, there were so many spiritual herbs here. The two guys ate as much as they wanted, but soon, their stomachs bulged. They lay there and burped, their mouths full of medicinal fragrance. The mountain river diagram has its own space, but the environment seems to be the same as the divine wilderness continent. I should absorb some origin chi to improve the environment here. Lu Ming thought. In the mountain river diagram, there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees. Later on, Lu Ming captured many demonic beasts and planted many spiritual herbs in the mountain ridge. However, the environment here was similar to the divine wilderness continent. Whether it was the spiritual herbs or the demonic beasts, their growth was slow. If the environment was the same as the divine wilderness continent, the spiritual herbs in the mountain river diagram would grow faster. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram and reappeared in the ice cave. Then, the mountain river diagram appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He opened the mountain river diagram and whispered, "Absorb." Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the mountain river diagram released a powerful suction force and absorbed the origin chi between heaven and earth. The origin chi between heaven and earth formed a funnel-like shape and crazily gathered toward the mountain river diagram. At this moment, the people in the valley were alarmed. The geniuses who were cultivating were awakened. What's going on? Why is the origin chi of heaven and earth gathering in one direction? Who's cultivating? That's impossible. Even a ruler wouldn't cause such a huge commotion when he cultivates. Who is it? Voices were heard. Some people walked out of the ice cave and sensed carefully. Although they knew which ice cave it was, they did not know who it was. However, this effect was only limited to the Branch Valley. After all, the origin chi here was too rich, and the Branch Valley was very vast. This is the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, the mountain river diagram's absorption of the origin chi between heaven and earth would not cause such a big commotion. It was mainly because of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree had 3 crisp leaves on it. Its branches were very thin, even smaller than a pinky finger. In the divine wilderness continent, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grew too slowly. Now, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was glowing and shining. A mysterious aura lingered on it as it kept absorbing the origin chi from the outside world. At the same time, Lu Ming sensed that the Enlightenment Ancient Tree seemed to be resonating with the great path between heaven and earth. Wisps of great path aura were emitted from the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. In just a moment, Lu Ming felt that the branches of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree had grown a little thicker, and its leaves had become greener. The 4th leaf. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He noticed that the 4th leaf had also grown. It seems that the Enlightenment Ancient Tree has a chance to fully grow in the Yuan continent. It's considered good that it can survive in the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was overjoyed. If the Enlightenment Ancient Tree fully grew, it would be of great help to him. Lu Ming took out a lot of spiritual liquid and watered the roots of the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. It seems that I have to get more spiritual herbs in the future to let the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grow as soon as possible. Chapter 1399. Just like that, the mountain river diagram and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree frantically absorbed origin chi for 3 days and 3 nights before calming down. The mountain river diagram was already filled with rich origin chi. Lu Ming put away the mountain river diagram. The following days were very peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated and practiced martial arts every day to adapt to the environment. Half a month later, Lu Ming had completely adapted to the environment of Yuanlu. At that moment, Lu Ming opened the door of the ice cave and went out to take a breather. "Brother Lu." A delicate voice called out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw the siblings, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. "Miss Qiu, Brother Qiu, what a coincidence." Lu Ming smiled. "Brother Lu, how have you adapted during this period?" Qiu Hao waved his folding fan and said with a smile. To be honest, Qiu Hao was very handsome. He wore a long robe and waved his folding fan like an elegant young master. "I've completely adapted," Lu Ming said with a smile. "That's great. We're going to the market. Brother Lu, do you want to come with us?" Qiu Yingying said. "Market? Sure." Lu Ming agreed immediately. He was also very curious. The environment of Yuanlu was so good that it would definitely produce countless treasures. The divine wilderness continent could not compare to it. Lu Ming also wanted to see it. If there were suitable ones, Lu Ming also wanted to buy some. The 3 of them walked out of the Branch Valley together. Then, they walked along the huge glacier canyon and walked into the depths of the canyon. This canyon was only the outer valley. The people who lived here were basically reserved disciples and some servants. The real Dragon God Valley was inside the canyon, which was a vast snowy mountain. The market was deep in the canyon. Many official disciples of the Dragon God Valley would come and go there. Only then would there be good things. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the market. The market covered a very large area. There were stalls on both sides of the street. The layout was similar to that of the Divine Wilderness continent. People came and went in the market. So many powerhouses. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and scanned it slightly. His heart trembled. 5 out of 10 people walking on the street were emperors. Some of them were very young, looking like they were in their 20s. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming saw a few 12 or 13-year-old teenagers. They still had a childish look on their faces, but they were actually emperors. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Qiu Yingying smiled and said, "Brother Lu, we were too shocked when we first arrived. But it's also because the cultivation environment of Yuanlu is. Indeed." Lu Ming let out a long breath. Martial emperors were absolute overlords in the Divine Wasteland continent. They ruled over a region and ruled over a region. However, in the Yuan continent and the Divine Dragon Valley, they were everywhere. Because emperors were nothing in Yuanlu. If one did not have a backer, it would be very dangerous to cultivate in the outside world. If one was not careful, one might die. In Dragon God Valley, rank 1 to rank 3 martial emperors are worthless. They have no status and are like servants. Rank 4 martial emperors and above have some status. Rank 7 martial emperors and above are the backbone of Dragon God Valley. Some of them can be assigned to some positions. Qiu Yingying explained in a low voice. She then added, "Of course, young geniuses are not included." Lu Ming nodded. He knew that young geniuses had different statuses wherever they went. Because young geniuses had unlimited possibilities. This is life elixir. Moreover, it's of the highest quality. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw the life elixir in a stall. The highest quality life elixir. Lu Ming had seen the life elixir in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, Lu Ming had never heard of the highest quality life elixir. It was almost extinct in the Divine Wilderness continent and even the continent of godly ruins. The highest quality life elixir was very useful for emperors as it could heal their injuries. Yuanlu was indeed worthy of its name. He saw such a precious spiritual elixir as soon as he arrived. Lu Ming's second body was severely injured. The highest quality life elixir was very important to the second body. Lu Ming had to get it. "Senior, how much is this bottle of life elixir?" Lu Ming cupped his fists at the stall owner and asked. The stall owner was an old man with white hair. The old man raised a finger and said, 100,000 origin stones. 100,000 origin stones? Lu Ming was stunned. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A bottle of the highest quality life elixir was only a legendary treasure in the continent of godly ruins. How could it be sold for only 100,000 origin stones? Lu Ming was in disbelief. He asked again, "Senior, it's only 100,000 origin stones?" "Of course, not one less, not one more." The old man said. "All right, I'll buy it then." Lu Ming took out a storage ring with 100,000 primordial stones inside. The old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His expression changed, and he threw the storage ring back to Lu Ming. "Junior, are you playing with me?" Lu Ming was confused. "Senior, please don't blame him. Brother Lu just came from another continent, so there are some rules that he doesn't quite understand." Qiu Yingying quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh. So you're a new reserve disciple from another continent." The old man's expression softened. "Brother Lu, the origin stones that this senior is talking about are middle-quality origin stones." Qiu Yingying quickly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. "They're middle-quality origin stones?" Yes, the origin stones that are commonly used in Yuanlu are middle-quality origin stones. Generally speaking, middle-quality origin stones are referred to. Low-quality origin stones are almost useless in Yuanlu. They're considered trash only under special circumstances. Qiu Yingying explained. I see. Lu Ming smiled. The cultivation environment in Yuanlu was too good. Cultivating casually was equivalent to cultivating with low-quality origin stones. Therefore, low-quality origin stones were basically useless. Only middle-quality origin stones were mainstream. A middle-quality origin stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-quality origin stones. 100,000 middle-quality origin stones were equivalent to 1 billion low-quality origin stones. The price was reasonable. However, there was a problem. Lu Ming did not have any middle-quality origin stones. He had killed so many emperors, and his storage rings were filled with low-quality origin stones. There were at least tens of billions of them. However, after arriving in Yuanlu, low-quality origin stones were completely useless. What a waste! Lu Ming wailed in his heart. His heart ached. So many origin stones were useless in Yuanlu. They had become trash. Now, Lu Ming had become a pauper. He had no money. Lu Ming's face turned green. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao smiled bitterly when they saw Lu Ming's expression. They were the same when they first arrived. Little guy, the low-quality origin stones on you are useless, right? Do you have any treasures on you? You can use them to exchange. Chapter 1400. Treasure? Lu Ming pondered. He had given all the spiritual herbs he had to Dandan and Bubbles. However, even if he took them out, they would not be worth much. Lu Ming would not take out anything that was too valuable, such as the lightning cauldron and the air-frozen pearl. Only an emperor's spiritual weapon would be left. Senior, how many medium primordial stones would an emperor's spiritual weapon be worth? Lu Ming took out a large saber and asked. Lu Ming had killed many emperors in the godly ruins continent and had obtained nearly 20 emperor's spiritual weapons. An emperor's spiritual weapon is not bad. It is worth 1,000,000 primordial stones. The old man's eyes lit up. 1,000,000 primordial stones? Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. The value of an emperor's spiritual weapon had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was even more valuable than he had imagined. Brother Lu, an emperor's spiritual weapon can only be fully unleashed by those above the 7th martial royal realm. Only saints can refine it. Although there are many of them in the Yuan continent, there are too many high-level martial royal realm cultivators in the Yuan continent. The demand is too great. Therefore, the value of an emperor's spiritual weapon has always been very high. Qiu Yingying explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Indeed, there were many emperor's spiritual weapons in the Yuan continent. However, there were even more high-level martial royal realm cultivators. Basically, the supply could not meet the demand. Therefore, the value was naturally high. For example, in the small continents outside the Yuan continent, such as the godly wilderness continent, emperor's spiritual weapons were usually left behind by saints or high-level martial royal realm cultivators when they went to those places. It was basically impossible for anyone to refine them. Most of them were passed down from the Yuan continent. For example, Lu Ming had obtained the Emperor's spiritual tower in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. It was also brought over from the Yuan continent by the heavenly profound saint. The Emperor's spiritual weapons in the godly ruins continent were usually obtained this way. They had only accumulated a few after countless years. Little brother, do you want to sell this Emperor's spiritual weapon? If you want to sell it, I will buy it. The old man said. I want to sell it. Senior, I have another one. Following that, Lu Ming took out an emperor-rank spirit weapon that looked like an iron rod. The elder and Qiu Yingying were surprised. They didn't expect Lu Ming to have so many emperor-grade spiritual weapons. All right, I'll buy it. Here are 1.9 million origin stones and this bottle of top-grade life water. The old man handed Lu Ming a storage ring and a bottle of life water. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He found a pile of raw stones lying in the storage ring. Every single one of them was filled with concentrated origin energy. Compared to low-tier origin stones, it was many times purer and denser. This was a middle-grade origin stone. Cultivating with a middle-grade origin stone was naturally many times faster than cultivating with a low-grade origin stone. After putting it away, Lu Ming continued to wander around with Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. On the way, Lu Ming discovered that there were too many natural treasures here. All kinds of spiritual herbs were level 9. Level 8 spiritual herbs were rarely seen. There were also all kinds of refining materials and spiritual liquids, all of which were of a very high level. Along the way, Lu Ming bought a lot of spiritual herbs. Soon, the 1.9 million middle-grade origin stones were almost used up. Lu Ming's heart ached. Those were 2 emperor-grade spiritual weapons. However, the spiritual liquids and spiritual herbs he bought were very useful. The spiritual liquids could promote the growth of the tree of enlightenment, while the spiritual herbs could speed up the recovery of Dandan and Bubbles. After coming to Yuanlu, he realized that he had become a pauper. Although he still had a lot of emperor-grade spiritual weapons, they would be used up soon if he continued to use them like this. During this time, Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao also bought some things. Get lost. I'm interested in this turquoise blue fruit. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Nonsense, what do you mean you're interested in it? I said I'm interested in it. Get lost if you don't have money. Another voice was heard. Who do you think you are to tell me to get lost? Let's fight in the arena if you dare. The voice from before was heard. Let's fight then. The voice from behind was heard. Then, they saw a group of people flying in a certain direction. Emperor-grade spiritual weapons are about to fight. Brother Lu, let's go to the arena and see what's going on. Qiu Yingying said. Alright, I'd like to see it too. Lu Ming was curious. The 3 of them followed the crowd to the arena. If the disciples of the Dragon God Valley had any conflicts, they would usually settle it on the sparring platform. Boom! Boom! As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, they heard a violent explosion. On a huge arena, 2 figures were constantly colliding with each other. The 2 burly men in their 30s were constantly punching each other with their fists. Violent explosions were heard between heaven and earth. 3rd level martial royal realm, but their combat strength is very strong. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He realized that the cultivation of the 2 men was at the early stage of the 3rd level martial royal realm, but their combat strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He felt that the LV4 martial royal realm experts on the continent of godly ruins were no match for the 2 men. The combat strength of the 2 men had completely surpassed the combat strength of the LV4 martial royal realm experts on the continent of godly ruins. Lu Ming was shocked. Brother Lu, do you feel that the 2 men's combat strength is very strong? Qiu Yingying said. Indeed, they're much stronger than the emperors on the continent I'm from. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, we were also very surprised when we first arrived, but this is the combat strength of an ordinary emperor from Yuanlu. Qiu Yingying explained, in Yuanlu, both the martial path and the inscription path have been developed to the extreme. It's much stronger than the other continents. All kinds of martial techniques, bloodlines, intent realms, and spiritual bodies have been developed to the extreme. Therefore, the cultivators here are very strong, far stronger than those on the other continents. For example, the emperors, unless they're low-ranking servants, usually those with a little status, have cultivated realm martial techniques and their combat strength is very shocking. Yuanlu, it's indeed Yuanlu. Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists together. The cultivation civilization of the Yuan continent had already developed to the extreme. It was far from what the godly ruins continent could compare to. It could be said that a decent cultivator in the Yuan continent would be a genius that could challenge those with a higher cultivation level than him. Lu Ming thought of the people that Di Xian had brought with him. Those people's combat strength was not very strong. Maybe, the status of those people was akin to servants in the D clan, which was why their combat prowess wasn't particularly high. Lu Ming's thoughts were in a whirl, and he felt a great pressure. Here, there were too many powerhouses. Rulers were all over the streets, and only saints were high and mighty powerhouses. Moreover, the emperors here had extraordinary combat strength. In the continent of godly ruins, Lu Ming could fight with a peak LV3 martial royal realm expert without using the chaotic flipping sky seal and without the help of his second body. However, if Lu Ming did not cast the chaotic flipping sky seal and did not have the help of his second body, he might only be able to fight with an early-stage second-level martial emperor martial artist. Chapter 1401. The gap was too big. In the continent of God, Lu Ming could injure a fourth-level martial emperor when he used the chaotic sky seal. In this place, Lu Ming was no match for the two burly men in the early stage of the third-level martial emperor, let alone the fourth-level martial emperor. Moreover, they were ordinary martial emperors. What if he met a genius? How strong would he be? It seems that I was a frog in a well when I was trapped in this corner of the continent of God. Lu Ming clenched his fists. While feeling the strong pressure, Lu Ming was full of anticipation. His blood was boiling with excitement. Yuan continent was the real big stage. It was colorful and it was far from what the continent of God could compare to. On the fighting ring, the two exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, both of them were injured and left the place. However, after the two left, two more people went up to fight. After that, Lu Ming watched 5 battles, all of which were between emperors. As expected, most of the emperors here were much stronger than the emperors in the continent of God. Lu Ming more or less had an idea. After that, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and the others returned to their residence. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming first poured the life water on his second body. As expected, his second body glowed and its recovery speed greatly increased. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In Yuanlu, the cultivation level below the martial emperor was too low. Only by breaking through to the emperor realm as soon as possible could he gain a foothold. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in Dragon God Valley for a month. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally go out and buy some books to read. They were all about Yuanlu. As he had just arrived, he naturally had to understand the world he was in. On this day, there were suddenly sounds of drums outside. It was the sound of drums. Someone was summoning them. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of the cave. He saw Long Yuanchuan standing in the valley. Whoosh! 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 Youths flew out from the various ice caves and stood in the valley. There were more than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming discovered that some of the youths who had come with him were progressing very quickly. Some of them were originally at the 8th level of the Spirit God realm, but now they had broken through and reached the 9th level of the Spirit God realm, or even the Great Circle of the Spirit God realm. These people were the top geniuses of the Master-Teacher continent, and there was no way they would be lacking in terms of talent. As such, they were able to advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Alright, you newcomers have already been here for a month. You should have gotten used to it. Now, there are still 3 months before your assessment. Now, I will explain in detail your assessment mission in 3 months. In 3 months, your assessment mission will be to explore a secret realm. Long Yuanchuan said. Explore a secret realm? Lu Ming and the others were all stunned. That's right. Only by walking out of the dungeon alive can one be considered to have passed the test and become an official disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. Long Yuanchuan said. Many people's faces changed. It seemed that the secret realm was quite dangerous. Long Yuanchuan seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He smiled and said, although this secret realm is dangerous, let me tell you, it is also a great opportunity. I don't know how many martial emperors and even sages want to enter, but they can't. Because this secret realm is a great emperor's secret realm. When he said the last sentence, Long Yuanchuan deliberately emphasized his voice. What? Great emperor's secret realm? Great emperor? Everyone, including Lu Ming, was stunned. They could not help but widen their eyes. Great Emperor's secret realm? Could it be a secret realm left behind by a great emperor? A great emperor was a top expert in the primordial realm, an existence that dominated the world and ruled the sky. What kind of treasures would there be in a secret realm left behind by such a person? Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Even sages were out of their reach, let alone great emperors who were above sages. This is the first time that this great emperor's secret realm has been discovered. After investigation, only people below martial emperors can enter. Those above martial emperors are not allowed to enter. Even sages are not allowed to enter. Therefore, you must make good use of this time and raise your cultivation to the martial emperor level. According to the sages, martial emperors and above are not allowed to enter the great emperor's secret realm. However, it is not a problem for you to break through after entering. Therefore, if some martial emperors enter the great emperor's secret realm to break through to the martial emperor level, they will be able to seize the opportunity and obtain the treasures. Also, this time, all the top forces in the Tsang state will send people in. This is the danger. Therefore, in the next 3 months, try to raise your strength as much as possible. You must grasp the opportunity yourself. Long Yuanchuan continued to explain. I see. After hearing this, Lu Ming finally had some answers to some of the doubts in his heart. Lu Ming finally knew why the Divine Dragon Valley, Heavenly Deity sect and other sects would travel a great distance to the Divine Ruins continent to select disciples. It turned out that it was all because of the Great Emperor's secret realm. They recruited geniuses from various continents to enter the Great Emperor's secret realm. The Yuanlu was divided into many large states. The Tsang state was a large state in the south of the Yuanlu. The Divine Dragon Valley was a powerful force in the Tsang state. There were countless large and small forces in the Tsang state. However, there were a total of 13 top forces that stood at the peak of the Tsang state. These 13 forces were the overlords of the Tsang state. The Divine Dragon Valley was one of the 13 forces. In addition, the Heavenly Deity sect, Heavenly Universe Demon sect, Nine Heaven Sword sect and even the Heavenly King Hall that had caused chaos in the Divine Wilderness continent because of a Heavenly King token were also one of the 13 major forces. This time, these major forces would send people into the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, these major forces would send people to the small continents overseas to recruit disciples. The D clan is not in the Tsang state. I wonder where they are. Lu Ming thought to himself. The Yuanlu was too vast and the Tsang state was only a small part of it. The books that Lu Ming had bought mostly introduced the Tsang state. Lu Ming was not too sure about the places outside the Tsang state. After the announcement, Long Yuanchuan left the place. However, these youths could not calm down. After that, they returned to their cave residences and cultivated in seclusion. It was obvious that they could break through to the monarch realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Therefore, if they raised their cultivation to the limit of the Supreme Being realm and broke through to the Emperor realm after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm, they would have an absolute advantage. Lu Ming began to place more of his attention on the embryonic form of the chaotic domain. Now, the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was getting closer and closer to its limit. As long as the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was cultivated to its limit, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Dong! 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 On this day, there was an intense rumble outside. It was the sound of a drum being struck. It was the sound of the drum being summoned again. However, wasn't there a gathering 3 days ago to announce the Great Emperor's secret realm? Why was there a gathering now? With doubts, Lu Ming walked out of the cave residence. Outside the cave residence, 3 youths stood proudly. Chapter 1402. When the crowd gathered in the valley, they looked at the 3 young men in surprise. Just now, these 3 young men had sounded the drum. Why did the 3 of them sound the drum and gather the crowd? Everyone is here, right? One of the young men swept his gaze across the crowd and said plainly. No one made a sound. All right, I believe all of you have heard the news a few days ago. In 3 months, we will be entering the great emperor's mystic realm. The young man continued speaking with a smirk. Let me tell you, this is the good fortune that you have accumulated over several lifetimes. If it wasn't for this reason, all of you would never be able to join the Dragon God Valley, much less enter the great emperor's mystic realm. Therefore, you have to seize this opportunity. Do you understand? The young man's voice reverberated throughout the valley. However, everyone could hear the strong disdain in his voice. It was like a prince looking down on a group of beggars. Many people frowned but did not make a sound. From their tone, these people should be locals. They weren't from a continent outside the Yuan continent like them. Since they were from the Yuan continent, no one knew if they were related to the upper echelons of the Dragon God Valley. Therefore, no one refuted the young man. All right, let's get down to business. The person in front of you is the peerless genius of the Dragon God Valley, young Master Yin Feng. Aren't you going to greet him? The young man continued speaking as he pointed at the young man in the middle. Among the 3 young men, the one in the middle was the leader. He looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a silver robe and his face was cold and arrogant. He looked at Lu Ming and the rest with disdain. Greetings, young Master Yin Feng. A few people cupped their fists. Humph, what kind of attitude is this? Let me tell you, young Master Yin Feng will be entering the great emperor's mystic realm as well. Now, I will give you a chance to submit to young Master Yin Feng and become his subordinates. After entering the great emperor's mystic realm, you will be under young Master Yin Feng's command. In the future, young Master Yin Feng will take care of you when you are in the Dragon God Valley. The young man's words finally exposed their true intentions. They wanted Lu Ming and the rest to submit to young Master Yin Feng and become his subordinates. Lu Ming sneered. The great emperor mystic realm was filled with opportunities. Naturally, outsiders like them wouldn't be the only ones to enter. The local elites of the Yuanlu's great sects would definitely enter as well. Yin Feng and the other 2 seemed to have a cultivation of the martial highness realm. They would definitely enter the trial too. They had a good idea. Now that they had recruited Lu Ming and the others, when they entered the great emperor mystic realm, they could make use of them to gain benefits for themselves. This was something that the crowd present could easily figure out with just a little thought. I'm sorry, but I'm used to being alone. I have no intention of becoming someone's subordinate. Goodbye. A bald young man said coldly, before heading back to his cave. Whoosh. With a flicker, the young man who had spoken earlier appeared before the bald young man. Are you going to refuse? The native youth said coldly. I don't have the habit of being other people's dog. The bald youth sneered, implying that the other party was merely a dog of Yin Feng. You're courting death. The native youth's face turned gloomy and cold murderous intent was emitted. A lowly ant from a desolate island. It's already your fortune to be able to join the Divine Dragon Valley. You don't know how to be grateful and you dare to be arrogant in front of me, Yin Fei Zhang. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you will forget who you are. The native youth was called Yin Fei Zhang and he emitted a powerful aura. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The bald young man also emitted his aura, which was also at the martial highness realm. These youths were all peak existences in their respective continents. They were invincible among their peers and they looked down on others. All of them were proud and arrogant. How could they be willing to become someone's subordinate? Similarly, Yin Fei Zhang's cultivation was also at the martial highness realm. Why would he be afraid of someone of the same level? Hee, then I'll let you know how weak you desolate island trash are. Attack, I'll give you 3 moves. Yin Fei Zhang said coldly. Why do I need you to give me a handicap? I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The bald young man shouted. He was also a proud person. Wang. A yellow halo emitted from the bald young man's body. It was the embryonic form of his domain. The embryonic form of his domain shrouded Yin Fei Zhang. Insignificant skill. Since you're overestimating yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. Yin Fei Zhang took a step forward and the embryonic form of his domain also emitted from his body. The two embryonic forms of their domains met in the air. But an unexpected scene occurred. The moment the two embryonic forms of their domains met, the bald young man's embryonic form of his domain instantly collapsed. The bald young man's face changed and he took a few steps back. Shwa. At this moment, Yin Fei Zhang moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of the bald young man and sent a palm strike towards him. The bald young man's face turned grave. He exhaled and sent out a palm strike. Bam! When the two palms met, the bald young man's face changed. His body was pushed back and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? The bald young man looked at Yin Fei Zhang in disbelief. They were both at the Martial Highness realm, but he couldn't even withstand one move and was defeated. How was this possible? His self-confidence had suffered a severe blow. Many of the other youths were shocked. It wasn't that the bald young man wasn't strong, but Yin Fei Zhang was too strong. Domain martial technique. Lu Ming said a few words. He possessed part of 9 dragons' memories and his knowledge was extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that Yin Fei Zhang had used a domain martial technique. A domain martial technique could unleash the full power of a domain. Furthermore, a domain martial technique was very precious. Even in the major sects of Yuanlu, not everyone could cultivate it. Intent realm martial techniques existed in some small continents. But it was impossible for those small continents to have domain martial techniques. Just now, Yin Fei Zhang had used a domain martial technique to defeat the bald young man. Now do you know how much of a trash you are? Do you really think you're an elite? Let me tell you, the reason why Dragon God Valley gathered you here is not because of how strong you are, but because your cultivation is too weak. In the Divine Dragon Valley, there are many geniuses who are already martial monarchs. They cannot enter the great emperor's mystic realm. There are too few people below martial monarchs. That is why they came to your remote villages to gather you here. Yin Fei Zhang said coldly. Many people were shocked. Dragon God Valley had recruited them as disciples not because of how strong they were or how talented they were, but because Dragon God Valley didn't have that many geniuses with weak cultivation. This was a great insult to the top geniuses of the various continents. Especially the bald young man. His face was ashen. If any of you don't agree, I don't mind crippling him or throwing him out. Anyway, you aren't the only disciples recruited from overseas. It won't hurt to cripple a few of you. Chapter 1403. Everyone's expression made Silver Flying Zhang's cold expression even more arrogant. He scanned the crowd and spoke again. If there's anyone else among you that would like to have a taste of my strength, feel free to step forward. I'll let you know how useless you are. Everyone looked at each other and no one stepped out. Silver Flying Zhang was too strong and no one had the confidence to win. Let me learn from you. A moment later, a young man in a yellow robe stepped forward. Good. You have guts. Then I will teach you a lesson. Silver Flying Zhang looked at the youth in the yellow robe and a sharp cold light flashed. The crowd retreated and made a large space. Silver Flying Zhang and the youth in the yellow robe stood opposite each other. Roar. The youth in the yellow robe didn't hide his strength. A dragon roar resounded throughout the valley and a yellow dragon appeared above his head. 9 golden chakras shone. This was the youth's bloodline. The youth in the yellow robe directly used bloodline fusion. Wang. Then, a mountain peak appeared above the yellow dragon's head and emitted a strong pressure. An emperor rank spiritual weapon. So it's an emperor rank spiritual weapon. Do you think it's useful just because you have an emperor rank spiritual weapon? How naive. Silver Flying Zhang sneered. Swish. Then, his figure flashed and emitted a green radiance as he pounced towards the yellow dragon. Roar. The yellow dragon let out a dragon roar and its dragon claws stepped on the air as it pounced towards Silver Flying Zhang. At the same time, the mountain peak enlarged rapidly and suppressed Silver Flying Zhang. Swish. 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 Yin Feizhang's figure flickered. His figures suddenly multiplied into 18. Each figure waved their hand, and a green chain flew towards the yellow dragon. The 18 chains were extremely fast. In an instant, they wrapped around the yellow dragon's body, binding it tightly. Roar! The yellow dragon struggled with all its might and roared continuously. However, the green chain was indestructible and couldn't break free. Suppress! The yellow dragon roared and used the mountain-shaped emperor rank spiritual weapon to suppress Silver Flying Zhang. Sky Wind Divine Technique. Silver Flying Zhang sneered as his green domain spread out and turned into a huge palm print that blasted towards the mountain peak. Dong! A thunderous explosion rang out. The cyan palm imprint was destroyed, but the mountain peak was also sent flying back. The emperor-ranked spirit weapon was sent flying by Silver Flying Zhang's bare hands. What a powerful domain martial technique! Lu Ming, who was in the crowd, could clearly see that the Silver Flying Octopus had been using a domain martial technique since the beginning. It was a type of domain martial technique that had a myriad of transformations. It brought out the power of the Silver Flying Octopus's wind domain to the extreme. It was extremely mysterious and its power was shocking. When the yellow-robed youth used bloodline fusion and combined it with the Emperor's spirit weapon, his battle prowess was definitely strong. In the continent of godly ruins, the yellow-robed young man would be able to defeat a martial emperor. He might even be slightly stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. However, he was still no match for Silver Flying Zhang, which showed how strong Silver Flying Zhang was. Then, Silver Flying Zhang's body flashed and appeared on top of the dragon's head. He slammed his palm down on the dragon's head. Roar! The earthen yellow true dragon let out a wail before exploding, revealing the yellow-robed young man's body. Silver Flying Zhang stepped on the yellow-robed young man's face, causing the yellow-robed young man to crash into the ground, creating a large crater. Humph, you want to go against me with such weak battle prowess? You're courting death. Silver Flying Zhang snorted coldly as he exerted force on the yellow-robed young man's face. The yellow-robed young man screamed miserably as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people were indignant. On the side, Yin Feng and another young man looked on coldly as if they were looking at Silver Flying Zhang stepping on a chick. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? Come out. Silver Flying Zhang said loudly. No one said anything. Humph, since no one said anything, I'll take it that you've agreed to side with young Master Yin Feng. Alright, let's sign the blood oath contract now. A scroll appeared in Silver Flying Zhang's hand. When he opened it, it was filled with inscriptions. What? You want us to sign the blood oath contract? No, we can't sign the blood oath contract. If we sign the blood oath contract, we'll really become your slaves and be controlled by you. Instantly, the scene was in an uproar as many people shouted. The blood oath contract was unique to Yuan continent. Once it was signed, it was equivalent to swearing a blood oath and it couldn't be violated. In that case, wouldn't they have to be controlled by Yin Feng for the rest of their lives? How could these proud and ambitious sky prides who came from different continents accept this? What's with the noise? Let me tell you, you have to sign it today even if you don't want to. Moreover, this blood oath contract isn't for life. It's only limited to the exploration phase of the secret territory. Do you understand? Silver Flying Zhang spoke, but the crowd was still angry and no one would sign it. What a bunch of idiots. Silver Flying Zhang started to lose his patience as he berated, do you think you're sky prides? Let me tell you, in Yuan continent, you're nothing. You're just a bunch of trash. If you don't side with young Master Yin Feng, I guarantee that you won't have a good life in the future. Yuan continent is filled with danger and ferocious beasts. I guarantee that you won't even know how you died. If young Master Yin Feng protects you, you'll have a good cultivation environment. This was a blatant threat. However, these words were indeed powerful and made many young men hesitate. That's right. Yuan continent was filled with experts. While there were opportunities, the danger level was also extremely high. They couldn't stay in Dragon God Valley and cultivate for the rest of their lives. They needed to go out and train. If Yin Feng did something to them, they would be in danger. Moreover, in a large sect like Dragon God Valley, it was indeed better to have a backer than to cultivate alone. Some young men started to be tempted. All right, I'll sign it. Me too. Finally, someone spoke and agreed to sign the blood oath contract. A smile appeared on Silver Flying Zhang's face as he said, "That's more like it. Come up and sign it." More than 10 young men walked up and signed their names on the blood oath contract with their own blood. The young man in the yellow robe at Silver Flying Zhang's feet also signed the contract obediently. What about you guys? Silver Flying Zhang held the blood oath contract and walked to the front of the young women. He looked at them coldly. The young women's expressions changed. In the end, they clenched their teeth and signed the contract. You guys? Then, Silver Flying Zhang held the contract and looked at the others. People had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. Those few people also clenched their teeth and signed the contract. Soon, about 50 people signed the blood oath contract. We won't sign it. All of a sudden, a deep voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was an honest young man. Beside him, there were two people who looked exactly the same as this young man.